dominated by open protocols. So the web has a protocol called HTTP, email has a protocol called SMTP. These were the platforms you were building on then. So if you were Larry and Sergey and you were building Google, you were building it on top of HTTP, on top of the web. And the web was open, which means no one controlled it. And what that means from Larry and Sergey's point of view is they knew if they built a successful product, a successful search engine, they would own it and they would control it. And you couldn't have somebody come along and say, I'm going to take 50% or I'm going to shut you down. It's the web, it was open. And similar to, let's say, in economics, if you talk to an entrepreneur or an investor, they'll say they like to invest in countries with predictable rule of law. They don't like countries where the government seizes the assets and things like this. The same thing happens with startups and entrepreneurs. They want to build on a platform that they know they can trust. And so that was what was so great about that first year of the web and why you had so much incredible innovation and investment. And it was, I think most people would agree today, that was sort of a golden period of innovation. But the products were limited in the sense that it tended to be, I call it skeuomorphic, where people were taking things from the offline world, like magazines, and putting them on the internet. If you go back and look at the 90s web, it was very much experienced like a magazine. It didn't have things like social networks and user-generated content in nearly the same degree. That started really kind of percolating this year people call Web 2. Let's call it around 2005. And at that time, you had sort of two competing models. Like, let's just take Twitter. There was an open protocol called RSS that was the obvious thing to compete with Twitter. I mean, it's still around, but it's not nearly as popular as Twitter and Facebook and everything else. And so there were sort of open ways to build social networks in the 2000s, and then there were closed ways to build. And for a variety of reasons, I won't go into all the details, the closed ways won. And a lot of it had to do with the ease of use. The way I think about it is Web 2, the open protocols were just limited in what they could do. So if you wanted to set up a website in 2008, let's say, and you wanted to have sort of simulate the functionality of Twitter, you'd have to go get like a web hosting provider, buy a domain name, and do a whole bunch of other things. Everyone tried to kind of reuse domain names, essentially. Domain names in the earlier, the pre-blockchain world, they're the one thing you can really own on the internet. It's your domain. You control it. And so the open side kept trying to kind of use the domain name again and again, but it costs $8. You have to go set it up. It was very technical. Meanwhile, you go to Twitter and it's like 3 clicks and you choose your name and you're in and your friends are there. And then mobile phones came along and the whole thing accelerated. And here we are now with 5+ companies that kind of control the internet. So Web 3 is coming along. And so Web 3 is, my definition is, it's an internet owned by users and builders orchestrated with tokens. So this new concept of a token is kind of the key concept of Web 3. This comes sort of historically from the movement that started with Bitcoin, although I think it's sort of a different branch of the genealogy or something. And a lot of the stuff's actually built on a different crypto network called Ethereum, and then there are other kind of alternatives to it. The big kind of innovation with Ethereum was it's fully programmable. It's a computer. It's funny, this is the most controversial thing I've said on Twitter. I got this huge, when I said blockchains are computers, they are computers, and literally, if you go look at Alan Turing's on computability paper, or von Neumann or any of the great computer scientists, a computer is something you write code and it can store things. Ethereum is an almost Turing-complete programming language and can store information. It's a virtual computer. A computer that runs on a network of physical computers, which is, I think, what kind of trips people up. But it's a computer. It's a very powerful computer that has new properties that prior kinds of computers didn't have. And one of the things you can do on these is you can create these things called smart contracts, which are code that will continue to run in a certain way. And you can also create these things called tokens. And tokens can be fungible, like kind of quote cryptocurrencies are, or it can be non-fungible NFTs. And it can be something like, which I think some people have heard about now, which are things that can be represented by a piece of media, for example. You're buying this collectible basketball card or this collectible work of art, things like that. Why tokens are so important is they now provide a mechanism by which value and control can be given to users and builders as opposed to simply to centralized companies. So you can build today, there are two things. One is, remember before I said the functionality wasn't quite there for the open side in Web 2, it's now there. You can now build something that looks and feels like Facebook or Twitter using open protocols and using this new kind of philosophy where the value and control accrues to the users of the network, not to a company, because there is no company. And you're going to see more and more things, products launched like this, where there is, initially there'll be some kind of R&D organization that helps create these protocols, but over time they go away in the same way that there is no Bitcoin company and the Ethereum has a nonprofit family.
Okay, let me see. Too fast was important. At the top, leaving the other parts free to move, or to be held. or to be held in this way, or to be held in this way, or to be held in this way, or to be held in this way. To fasten or support something at the top, leaving the other parts free to move, or to be held in this way. Fix that. Decoration. Have a good neck. To fasten or support something. But at the end of the top, leaving the other parts free to move, or to be held in this way, Decoration. Decorations. Party decorations make attractive. Party decorations hung from the ceiling. What's meaning of this? Ceiling. Party decorations hung party decorations from the ceiling. Decoration is the activity of making something look more attractive. By putting things on it or around it, or something that you use to do this, or something that you use to do this, or something that you use to do this. As good at cake decoration. As good at cake decoration. Decorations. Christmas part. The activity of making something look more attractive by putting things on it or around it, or something that you use to do this, or something that to do this. The activity of covered the other surface, or building decoration, make attractive. The activity party hung from the ceiling. Top of in the inside surface of a room that is the inside surface of a room that you can see when you look above you. In the inside surface of a room that you can see when you look above you. The inside surface of a room that you can see when you look above you. The inside surface of a room that you can see when you look above you. Ceiling. Hang from party decoration hang from the ceiling. Party decorations hang from the ceiling. The curtains hang in thick fold. The curtains. curtain. What means curtain? The curtain hang in thick curtains. Curtain. Okay, the curtain hang in thick fold. This thick fold. And you could rack. Rack. Many parts of fenced. In nature or touch. Wall to it can be seen in natural gallery. Finest or touch. National gallery. Thick fold. Bend. To bend something, especially paper or clothes, is to bend something, especially paper or clothes. So that one part of it dies on the other parts, or to be able to be bent in this way. Fold. Fold. I know this. Thick fold. The curtain hang in thick. Nothing. No distance between two. Thick. The curtain has the curtain hem in thick fold. The curtain hang in thick folds. The curtain folds. Part decorations hang from the ceiling. Part hang from the ceiling. Hang your coat and cat on the rack over here. On the rack over here. Rack on the rack over there. On the rack over there. Hang your coat and hat on the rack over here. On rack over here. Hang your coat and hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. Many of his finest pictures Many of his funniest pictures. Okay, many of his funniest pictures hang in the national. Many of his funniest pictures hang in National Gallery. National Gallery. Okay. National. Relating to the topic of our whole country. It's in people rather than to part of the country or to other country. National word. National gallery. Building a room or building that is used for showing works of art. Sometimes so that they can be sold. Sometimes so that they can be sold. Sometimes so that they can be held. Okay. Sometimes they can be held. Since a room or building that is used for showing works of art. Sometimes so that they can be sold. Sometimes there can be a room or building that is used for showing works of art. Sometimes so that they can be sold. A room or building that is used for showing works of art. Sometimes so that they can be sold. A room or building that is used for showing works of art. A room or building that is used for showing works of art. Sometimes so that they can be sold. Gallery. Many of his funniest pictures hang in the National Gallery. Attached to the wall. Attached to the wall. So to the attached to the wall. The are attached to the wall so that they can be seen. Attached. Yes. Attach. Connect. Attach. Fold. And attach. Connect. To fasten, join, or connect. Attach. To fasten, join or connect, something or connect, attach something to something, attach something to something. Okay. Many of his funniest pictures are attached to the wall so that they can be seen in the National Gallery. Okay, if you hang wallpaper. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it you fix it. If you have, you fix it to the wall. To hang up a bird and animals after killing it in order to make it the next in order to killing it in order to make the meat relax in order to make the meat relax and have a strong taste stronger taste so or to be hung up in this way in order to make the meat relax. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a strong taste. Make a meat relax. To hang up a bird or animals after killing it. To hang up a bird or animals after killing it. To hang up a bird. To hang up after you. To hang up after you punch them. To hang up a bird or animals after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste. Or to be hang up in this way. Or to hang up in this way. Or to be hang up in this way. Hang meat. Or to be hang up in this way. Hang meat is really important to the quality of the meat, and in the first stage of good butchery. Hang meat is really important to quality of the meat. Quality. Hang meat is really important to the quality of the meat, and in the first stage of good butchery. Gallery. Building, the room or building. National Gallery. Stage part. A part of activity or a period of development. A part of activity or a period of development in a stage. A project is in its final stages and should be completed by August. They did the next stage of their trip on foot. Our marriage is going through a difficult stage at the moment. A part of an activity or a period of development stage. And in this stage, and this in the first stage, and in the first stage, good. Oh, true. meaningless. 先这个是非常重要的。Butchery from meat. Butchery, the work of killing enemy and prepare meat for sale. In the first stage, a part of activity or period of part. Third part. And in the first stage, of good country. Stage. And in the first stage, of good country for meat. Butchery. The work of killing animals and preparing meat for sale. The work of killing animals and preparing meat for sale. The work of killing animals and preparing meat for sale. Flag is a term used in pantry for meat from between the ribs and the hips of animals. Pantry is a kill that takes time to learn. A place where animals are killed for their meat or meat is prepared for sale. A place where animals are killed. A place where animals are killed for their meat or meat is prepared from or is meat prepared for sale. And in the first stage, okay. And in the first stage of good butchery. Hang meat is really important to the quality of the meat. Hang meat is really important to the quality of the meat. And in the first stage of good butchery, this is so strange for me. Then the pheasant hang. Let the pheasant hang. Let the pheasant hang for a few days for flavor to improve before you cook it. Let the pheasant hang for a few days for the flavor. What meaning of this? His pheasant. Let the pheasant hang. Bird. Birds are not birds with a round body, and a long tail that spends a lot of time on the ground and is often shot for sport and food. The meat is bird. Okay. Pheasant. let the pheasant hang for a few days. Let the pheasant hang for a few days for the flavor. Let the pheasant hang for a few for the flavor to improve before you cook it. Let the pheasant hang for a few days for the flavor to improve before you cook it. Let the pheasant hang for a few days for flavor. How good our drink tastes. How good our drink flavor. Let me fix hunger for you for the flavor. How good our drink tastes, or liquor taste itself. Added in salad to bring out to flavor. For the flavor delicious. For the flavor. How good our drink tastes. How good. Let the friend hang for a few for the flavor to improve. You cook it. For the flavor. How good our drink tastes, or liquor taste itself. How good. Okay. How food or drink tastes, or a particular taste, or a particular taste itself. Flavor of. Add in it. Add a little salt to bring out the flavor of the herbs. My fish was delicious, but Charles' beef had almost no flavor. Did not taste anything. This one has a light fruit flavor. The taste of fruit. We sell 32 different flavor. With 32 different flavor. Have ice cream. Okay, how good or how food or drink tastes, or liquor tastes, or particular taste yourself, or particular yourself. Okay, it's good for me. Let the pheasant hang for a few days for flavor to improve before you cook it. More examples. If I were you, I'd hang that sweater on the line and let it drip dry. isn't it? Drip dry. Have a naked drip. It falls in drop in drops, where you make it fall into drip. Butcher. Drip. Water dripped down the wall. Liquid drip. If a liquid drips, it falls in drips, or you make it fall. Drop. Sweater. A piece of clothing. A piece of clothing. Typically with non-sleeveless and made from yarn that is worn on the upper part of the body. That is worn on the upper part of the body. Put a sweater on if you are cold. Put a sweater on if you are cold. Okay, if I were you, I'd hang that sweater on the line underneath it, drop and it's drop and it's drop and then it drip dry. If you need a drip and then it drip dry. Fall. Drop. Too far or to allow something too far or to allow something too far. Too far or to allow something too far. Drop. Drop. If a liquid drips, it falls. Okay, remember, if I were you, I'd hang this sweater on the line and let drip dry. We could hang this picture on this wall next to the door. We could hang this picture on the wall next to the door. On the wall next to the door. S3 of onions. What does it mean? our rope string of onions. Oh, a string of onions. Onion.
Onion.
Onions. A string of onions. A string of onions. Hung from a bean in the kitchen. A string of rope. Okay.
Nation that supports R&D, but there is no Ethereum company. And this is how I believe the most important internet products will be created in the future, is through this kind of new means. And why will it be done this way? One is it's better, because wouldn't it be better if the drivers on the Uber network owned Uber and got to participate more in the value creation and also in the control and governance of that system? I think that's clearly a better thing for society. And I also think it's just going to be a winning product. If you look at people in these Web3 communities, no Web3 company, no crypto company has ever spent $1 on marketing, including Coinbase. I was on the board for years. No marketing. Why? Because tokens are self-marketing. When somebody owns something and feels skin in the game, they want to go talk about it. They want to evangelize. I think Web3 is not only better for the world, but it's also going to beat Web2 because it's going to be more popular, because the people get really excited when they actually get to participate. The internet is 100% the most important invention of the century. I don't think that's hyperbolic to say that. And we're literally talking about how is money and power going to flow on the internet. This is such an important issue, and yet it's caricatured in the press and things as like tech bros, money, this and that. It's so misunderstood, and it's so important, which is why I get fired up about it, because I feel like if people like me and Naval don't explain this, that I think it's a very important thing, I guess I'll say.
I'll just, if it's okay with you guys, share a little bit, speak for a second, and also try to paraphrase as a muggle, and then I want you to poke holes in what I say. So first I'll say that I'm relatively new to this sphere, but like you said, once it started to land or sink in, I felt something, and this is going to sound very odd perhaps, but this like physiological quickening that really kept me up. I was not able to sleep well for about a week straight, and that only happens to me every like 5 to 7 or 5 to 10 years, because I started to see some of the possibilities and some of the beneficial societal changes and on and on and on that not just could, are already in a sense a byproduct of this paradigm shift. So tell me if this captures some of the essence, and then either of you can poke holes in it, but just to highlight a couple of things. So people might think of Web 1 as read-only, largely read-only and open. Then we have Web 2, read-write, but as we've seen it, it's become more centralized with a lot of these large companies. And you don't own, like you said, aside from maybe a domain name, you are not in control of your own destiny. You have very few rights. Your reputation is not transferable if you are on a platform like Twitter. You can be deplatformed, and we put that aside, but it's centralized. You're at the whim of a handful of companies, which a lot of people will sign up for, like you said, because of convenience, ease of use, etc. Web 3 then appears to introduce a number of things, including property rights and decentralization. And this is not going to be a perfect comparison, but if people think of, say, like REI and a co-op, it would differ in the sense that we're not necessarily going to have management per se with a truly decentralized platform. But what I have seen firsthand, and I want to give people a concrete example just to point out a very niche group perhaps that I've seen benefit very clearly, and that has been artists. And so I want to talk about this just for a second, because I have friends who are photographers, friends who are graphic artists, friends who are musicians who were crippled financially by COVID. when they couldn't tour, when they couldn't do things because they're only getting paid 1 cent per stream on some of these music streaming services. With the ability to create unique pieces of property in the form of NFTs and launch projects, their futures have entirely changed. And I want to highlight something for folks, and that is, it's not because of the initial sales price. The model for authors, the model for
String.
A string of onions. A string of onions hang from a string of onions hung from a beam. Beam hang from a beam in the kitchen. Hang from a beam. Hang from only a string hang from a beam in the kitchen. Hang from a beam. Oh, I know this. Beam. 9 of night. Beam. Wood. A long thick piece of wood made concrete. Especially used to support weight in a building or other structure in a building or other structure. A non-thick piece of wood made more concrete. Especially used to support weight in a building or other structure and the living room had exposed. The living room had exposed wouldn't be a string of onions. A string of onions hung from a beam in the kitchen. They should hang on the line below in the breeze. They should hang on the line below in the breeze. They should hanging on the line below in the breeze. Below. What means? You can call that. Below. A string of onions hang from below. No. To spread over a large area. To spread over a large area, or to become filled, or to become filled with air and appear to be large. To spread over a large area, or to become filled with air and appear to be large. To spread over a large area, or to become filled with air and appear to be large. Smoke billowed from the burning building. Smoke spread over a large area, or to become filled with air and appear to be large. 先从防的意来讲，就从enlarge moving mass of something such as smoke, such as smoke or cold, and that enlarge moving mass of something such as smoke. Such as smoke. Or cold. That's buried over a large area. To spread over a large area, or to become filled with air and spirit to large below. Large area. Below. Over large area, to become filled with air. Large to spread over a large area, or it's better things made of clothes. To become filled with air and appear to be large.那么就回来用掉。Smoke below from the burning building. Smoke below from the burning building to spread below They should hang on the line in the breeze. Wind, that or present wind, night or present. They should hang on the line in the breeze. Kindness. Wind in the breeze. Night and present wind over present. She had the gentle breeze cool her face, and the gentle breeze cool her face. Breeze. Numbers in below the. They should hang on the line node in the breeze. Wind or night and plant wind. Plant wind. Breeze below.
Billow. A night and pleasant wind. She net the gentle breeze cool her face. She net the gentle breeze cool her face. A night and pleasant wind. A warm breeze. They should hang in the line below the breeze. Standing the paintings against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Standing the painting against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Standing the painting against standing with breeze. With the light wind rose. He knows. Standing the paintings. Standing the paintings. Standing the wow, decided to hang up. Okay, standing the paintings, stand the paintings against the wall. Against the wall while we decide standing the painting against stand the painting, stand the painting, stand the painting, stand the paintings, stand the painting, stand the paintings against the wall. Standing the paintings against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Standing the paintings against the wall while we decide. Standing the painting against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Standing the paintings against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Standing the paintings against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Standing the paintings against the wall while we decide where to hang them. Hanged or while we decide where to hang them. Standing the painting against. Okay. While we decide where to hang them. Standing the painting against the wall while we decide where to hang the. Standing the painting against the wall while we decide where to hang the. Standing the painting against. Okay. Hang the wall to kill someone, especially to punishment, is to kill someone, especially as punishment for serious crime. Punishment. I will punishment. The act of punishment. The act of punishment. The act of punishment. Punishing someone. The act. Especially. Especially as punishment for a serious crime, by dropping them with a rope tied. Because especially as punishment for a serious crime, by dropping them with a rope tie around his neck. A rope tire. Punishment. Rope tied. Rope. Tied. Fasten. With a rope tied. Fasten together two ends of piece of string or other string to drop them there with a drop tie around his neck, or to die in this way. He was found guilty. was found guilty. He was found guilty. He was found guilty, and hanged later this year. Guilty. Guilt, feeling guilt, is important. Feeling guilty, if you feel feeling guilty. I feel guilty about it if you can't hit the worst. Guilty. He was found guilty. He was found guilty and hanged later this year. And hanged this year. He was found guilty. He was found guilty and hanged later this year. He was found guilty and hanged later this year. What I mean, he was found guilty. Was found guilty and hanged later this year. Was found guilty and hanged later this year. He was found guilty. I was found guilty and later this year. Guilty. Feeling. Just want to feel guilty. He was found guilty and hanged later this year. Okay. Hanged later this year. He was found guilty with so little evidence. Fact, information that gives reasons to believe something is true. With so little to prove his guilt. With so little evidence to prove his guilt. Few people thought I should. Few people. With so little evidence to prove her guilt. Facts, information. That give reason to believe that something is true. That really is true. He was found guilty and hanged later this year. With so little evidence to prove her guilty. Few people thought he should hang. The woman tried to hang herself with a sheet. Okay, the woman tried to hang herself with a sheet. Tried to hang herself with a sheet. Evidence. Fact that the information that gives them. Fact that the information. That give reason to believe that something is true. Shit. The woman tried to hang herself with a sheet. With a sheet. The woman tried to hang herself with a sheet. Okay. The leaders of the rebellion were hanged as traitors. traders. The leaders of the rebellion were hanged as traitors. The leaders of the rebellion were hanged as traitors. The leaders of the rebellion were hanged as traitors. The leaders of the rebellion were hanged as traitors. For example, kill, hanged, or hung. To kill someone, especially as a punishment for serious crime.
Musicians has some royalty component, but you kind of get paid up front, and then you have a pittance of some percentage that you make on the back end. But with a smart contract, like you said, if we think of Ethereum as this world computer, with a smart contract, instead of a ton of middlemen who are kind of taking the lion's share of profits, you can set in advance certain things that happen automatically, like if you are an artist and your work is resold and then resold again and resold again. Well, if you're operating in a traditional art world, you get paid once, that's the end of the story. Instead of that, now people are making the lion's share, many of them, of their income from these secondary sales, and it's all done automatically. They don't have to trust some agent or a broker or a rep or a curator to pay them. They don't have to audit accounting because it's all on the blockchain. So I just wanted to give that example and wonder if either of you would like to elaborate on any aspect of that, correct any aspect of that, or give an example of other things that you're seeing that are exciting to you.
Yeah, I would just only summarize what you guys have said because I think you've approached it the right way. But basically what you're saying is that digital private keys enable digital private property. And so we finally have private property in the internet, and we don't need people like Spotify or even the studios and the labels to determine who owns what private property and hold it with their database entries and their lawyers. We can each do it ourselves. We can finally each, and Chris got made fun of on Twitter for this, we can each own a piece of the internet, but it's absolutely true. We can create digital scarcity, and it is a very powerful thing because then it can map to real world scarcity, because the real world is not completely abundant in everything. The real world does have scarce economic resources. And so we can have digital scarcity and digital private property. And in a Web3 context, there are three critical things that both of you have touched on, but I just want to summarize them for the listener, that really make Web3 so unique, so distinct, and so revolutionary, which is, in a normal model, we're used to thinking of a computer program as an application run by a third party where they control the code, they own the data, and they own the platform and the economic benefits. And then we get our scraps. We put up tweets, we put up podcasts, maybe we get a few shekels from Spotify, maybe we get a few hearts on Twitter and a few retweets, but it's not a lot. The owners of Spotify are getting far richer than the creators and the podcasters on Spotify and the musicians on Spotify. Not to pick on Spotify, they're just emblematic of the whole thing. And we've had this transition where it's like Web 1, okay, who won that? Microsoft, maybe Netscape, and Google was a big winner of Web 1. And then Web 2, who won that? Well, it's Apple and Google and maybe Facebook. And is Web 3 also going to be controlled by big companies? No. The beauty of Web 3 is, for the first time, all the data is actually open. The data is literally living in the blockchain or in distributed systems, but it's secured. It's actually secured far better than these corporations can secure our data because it's each secured by our own private key. So each of us has a safety deposit box now in the cloud that we can give selective access to with our private keys to people who need them when they need them, and then close them off again so they're not leaked in the next credit reporting hack or the next big company hack. And then who owns the platform underneath? As Chris said, it's the contributors own the platform instead of corporations own the platform. And all the people who are pro-co-op and who are pro-collectivism should be embracing this, because now we can own the platforms that we are actually building with our collective creative efforts. And finally, developers love this because the code is now open instead of being closed. So it's this insane concept, a revolutionary concept, where we flip applications from being closed code, corporations own the platform and users are the data, to open code, contributors own the platform and users own their data. And so now these things become completely composable. And I think one of the reasons why the Web3 revolution is going to be so nonlinear and so unexpected and so fast is because with open code means these applications plug into each other like Lego blocks. You go buy a Lego for your kids, well, it connects to every Lego piece that your kid already owns. It connects to all the other Lego pieces of the kids down the block, and they can build anything they want out of it. And that's how code on Web3 works. That's how data on Web3 works. And that's how even ownership on Web3 works, where I can own a little piece of every platform that I contribute to. And this is absolutely a revolution.
Naval, could you define a word which comes up a lot in Web3, composable, and what that means, how people use it?
The beauty is this is all open source, so it's not even APIs anymore. I don't have to access through the very limited APIs that a Twitter might expose and then take away later on, as they've famously done. I can literally connect to the code at any point that I want to. And then in open source, you only solve each problem once. So if somebody has built a good version of how to solve a certain problem, I'm just going to reuse that and reuse it again. Maybe I'll fork it, maybe I'll improve it a little bit, maybe I'll port it to a slightly different system. But essentially, at the fundamental level, each problem only has to be solved once. So composable means that it's like Legos or like digital Legos, where I can just copy the Lego and then build on top of it. So the effect to a competitor is like a Voltron type thing, where all of a sudden all the apps in Web3 can sort of team up to create any app needed. Example is there was an innovation in DeFi called automatic market makers, which is instead of having to have an exchange where you have paid market makers and firms on the other side ensuring liquidity in any market. You go in the stock market, you buy a stock, there's someone else on the other side who is paid to provide liquidity to sell you the stock at the exact moment that you want to buy the stock. But in Web3, we created this innovation with DeFi actually called automated market makers, where you can just do it through code. Now, once you've done that in code, and the most famous company is Uniswap, which is of course an increase in investments, so congratulations, Chris. But once it's done, then anybody else can copy it. Then it can just be plugged in, dropped into any new application. So if you look at, for example, games that are going to come out that are Web3 based, they're going to have entire market economies in them. They will have custody solutions. They will have NFTs built inside of them. They'll be completely composable in that any piece from any other app can plug into any other app permissionlessly. And so you're building an edifice. It's almost like building a civilization or a city of interconnected apps instead of these silos in which the data is not portable, the code isn't portable, users aren't portable. So that's probably way longer of a definition than you wanted, and Chris can give you a crisper one, I'm sure.
I think that was great. I like to say that composability is to software as compounding interest is to finance, right? It's sort of this magical thing where if you get it going, it has a sort of exponential hockey stick. I think related to what Naval said, I think one thing people who aren't in the tech business may underestimate is how dominant open source software is. So open source software went from a curiosity in the 90s. I happen to be watching a thing about Microsoft in like 1999 in the antitrust case. The word Linux doesn't come up. It's all Java. Of course, what actually happened is Linux is the thing that won. 99.9% of the code in the world is open source software that runs. So every server you talk to on a data center, that's almost all Linux. Your Android phone is Linux. Most of the software on your iPhone is open source. How did open source win? It's composability, is what Naval said. You only have to solve each problem once. Once you solve a problem, just go on GitHub and fork it and reuse the code. What Web3 is doing is taking that level of rapid innovation and applying it to web services in addition to just software. The one thing software couldn't do is it couldn't run itself. It relied on a company to run it. So a lot of the tech industry today is take open source software, add a little bit of extra proprietary software on top, and then instantiate it, run it, and then charge for it. Software as a service. And that's great, and they provide value, and they should make money from that. But the kind of key thing driving underneath is this composability of open source software. And now we're going to extend that to this new area.
Yeah, composability even goes beyond software, even though that's how it's commonly used. It even goes into media. So for example, today, if I want to build something on top of the Star Wars platform, I got to go cut a deal with Disney. But in the open source composable NFT world, artists are basically giving away the concepts. Yes, you can always right-click and save an image or the code and then modify it but you can build on top of it. So people will be building games, they'll be building cultural artifacts, new memes, new music on top of NFTs, and more value accrues to the underlying NFT because now it's becoming more popular. And at the end of the day, the value of a piece of art or media is directly proportional to how the community around it, and who's using it, who's promoting it, and who's working with it. So it kind of blows away this idea of copyright and intellectual property, and instead it creates the most powerful memes in the world, memes in the broad sense of music and movies and books included in memes, not just little internet memes that we're familiar with. And media itself becomes composable, and the greatest artists are going to have the greatest distribution. It's why, not to pick on our friend, but one reason why I think Joe Rogan and others make mistakes by going to Spotify is that the power of a meme, the power of an idea, is determined by how many computers it's running on. The power of a program is how much computation power it has behind the power of an idea is how many brains is it running in. So if you have good ideas, you want to spread them as far and wide as possible. It's why I'll never charge for a piece of content. And no one in their right mind who has good ideas should. You don't want to restrict the avenues. You want people to recompose your ideas. Akira the Don takes stuff that I say and remixes into music, and there's smart nonsense out there making videos and cool animations out of it. Jack Butcher does visualizations out of it. This is all free. Or Eric Jorgensen does the Almanac. I don't have to do any of it. This is all composability around media. Now, I don't have an underlying monetization mechanism, but if I wanted to, I could issue NFTs against the original content. And there are collectors and people who will pay for that. And my content is just becoming more and more famous. So that's an example of composability in action that extends beyond just software. Composability is a very, very powerful concept. And if you want to, for example, I know a lot of your listeners create a lot of content. They're content creators and innovators and creators themselves. And if you want your content to get as much out there as possible, don't hold anything back. If you have good ideas, you want to spread them as widely as possible, and you wish you should be so lucky that other people come and compose them with their own content and create new memes and new ideas.
Just a quick thanks to one of our sponsors, and we'll be right back to the show. This episode is brought to you by UCAN. UCAN. What you eat and how you live, exercise, sleep, stress, all play an important role in how your body handles glucose, its main form of energy. You might think of blood sugar. That is glucose. When glucose levels are steady and you avoid spikes, you're improving your metabolic fitness. An important way to take control of your metabolic fitness is to eat and fuel with foods that help regulate blood sugar. To help enhance my own metabolic health, I was introduced to UCAN by Dr. Peter Attia, who said there is no carb in the world like it. UCAN's patented ingredient, superstarch, has the remarkable ability to provide a steady release of energy without spiking blood sugar levels. I use UCAN's energy powders and low-calorie bars to maintain focus throughout long days, more exercise, better performance when training, and to avoid fatigue without making metabolic compromises. So when I need a Scooby snack, when I need a little pick-me-up, I reach for UCAN. UCAN has a variety of different products with superstarch to help you balance your blood sugar, from energy powders and bars to granola and almond butter. There's a whole suite. Check out my favorites at ucan.co/Tim. That's ucan.co/Tim. And save 30% on your first order. That's ucan.co/Tim. I'd love to add just a couple things here, just to give some spice and specifics to some examples, as you just did, and to further explain why this stuff has kept me up late at night.
By the way, the Tim Ferriss Show is just going to become a crypto podcast. Going to conversion that.
No, it will not. It will not. I promise, folks. Even though I'm getting pulled into the deep water and getting spun into the vortex, I'm able to tread water, and I will not pull everyone in with me. But this stuff is important. I think it's very important to explore, and it's excited me because I have seen how much good creators, good authors, good musicians have struggled because they are not good at marketing. But they have diehard fans. Maybe a small group of diehard fans, but they have some number of diehard fans, and many of the listeners of this podcast will recognize the title of an essay or a blog post called 1,000 True Fans by Kevin Kelly. I know that, Chris, you've also written about 1,000 True Fans. You can find it at kk.org. I recommend it consistently all the time. And what Web3 allows you to do is align your interest with collective interest with other true fans' self-interest by allowing them to own digital property that you create. And what has excited me is I'm seeing a lot of experimentation. So we were talking about some of the advantages, and Chris, you were talking about some of the advantages of Web3. One of the advantages of Web3 is also, it appears, and please correct me if I get any of this wrong, guys, is that it is very easy, relatively speaking, compared to, say, Web 2 era, for many companies or projects to reach escape velocity. So if they're raising money, for instance, they might raise once or twice small amounts of capital, and then they have a token, and they're able to sort of control their destiny through a collective who act as stakeholders. And in addition to that, if we look at an example like Bored Ape Yacht Club, people can take a look, you're seeing, because of the composability, right, this Lego block aspect and low barriers to entry with respect to cost, that people are able to experiment widely. And in the case of Bored Ape Yacht Club, and thanks to Punk6529 for sharing this particular example with me, because I wasn't aware, in addition to selling, say, the JPEG associated with this NFT, this property title that gives you this digital asset, commercial rights were also provided to at least some purchasers of these Bored Ape Yacht Clubs. So then you have people who are going out with their specific Bored Ape and creating coffee companies or creating craft brew companies. I've never seen anything like that before. And certainly, if you're a young tech-savvy intellectual property lawyer, your services are going to be in need. So good to get up to speed. But the fact that all of these experiments can be run concurrently at such low cost says to me that the ecosystem is going to produce, through natural selection and evolution and recombination of different types, lots of things that will be very, very exciting. And it doesn't even matter if 98%, 99% end up being garbage, because the winner is kind of like finding Amazon or Google in 99 or 2000 will end up being so impactful. And maybe that's just me drinking the Kool-Aid, I don't know, but that's how it feels.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Bored Apes, I think that the recent drop they did with the mutant apes, so they did this thing where you got like a potion and you could get kind of your mutant counterpart. I think they made $100 million.
Okay.
As far as I know, they haven't raised venture capital.
Woman
They made $100 million on that one drop. So certainly, yes, it's a different economic model. They take it farther where you get the commercial rights. The next stage, which people are playing around.
Kill, hanged. For example, the leaders of
Rebellion.
Violent action organized by a group of people who are trying to change the political system in their country. Violent action organized by a group of people who are trying to change the political system in their country. Okay. One meaning of this: violent action organized by a group of people who are trying to change the political system in their country. The government has rules to crush violent actions organized by a group of people who are trying to change the political system in their country. The leaders of Britain are hanged as a traitor.
Traitor.
A person who is not legal or stop being loyal to their our country's social class benefits. The leader of the rebellion. The leader of the rebellion or hang. The leader of the leader of the
were hanged as traitors. Ruth Annis as dubious. Dubious, thought not to be complete, to were not able to be trusted. Thought not to be completely true, were not able to trust. And it has a feeling about not feeling uncertain, feeling doubt, or not feeling certain. Thought not to be completely true, or not be able to trust, or not really trust. Dubious. Then you have the dubious, distinct. Difference. A difference between two similar things. A difference between two similar things. A difference between two similar things. Difference between two similar things. Ruth Union had the dubious not able to be trusted. Okay, Ruth Innes has a dubious distinction. A difference between two similar things. A difference between two similar things. Ruth Ennis has the dubious distinction of the being the last woman to be hanged. The last woman to be hanged in British. The British. Britain. Usually has the dubious decision of the being the last woman to be hanged in British. Dubious distinction. Being the last to be hanged. Being the last to be. Okay, Ross has been. Wilson had the has the dubious distinction of being the last woman to be hanged in British. And the dubious of being the last to be hanged in the British. Has the dubious of being the last woman to be changed in Britain. Ruth Innes had the dubious distinction of being the last woman to be hanged in the British. She said he should be hanged. She said he should be hanged for what he has done, and that he does not deserve to live. Distinction and difference. Distinction. A difference between the two similar things and similar things. Similar things. Different sense. There is a clear distinction between the dialect spoken in the two regions. There's clear distinction between the dialects spoke in the two regions. This company makes no distinction between the sexes. There's a company between this company makes no distinction between the sexes. She said he should be hanged. She said he deserve to have earned the head, and then he does not. She said he should. She said, and that he has, and that he does not deserve to live. To have earned, or to be given something because of the way you have behaved, or the qualities you have. After all that hard work, you deserve a vacation. 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 After all that hard work, you deserve a vacation. You deserve a vacation. Chris deserved our special thanks for all his offered. Special thanks. Charles.
Charles. Chris.
Chris.
Deserve. Deserves. Chris deserved our special thanks for all his efforts. I hope they get the punishment they deserve. I hope they get the punishment they deserve. Okay, Miss Anderson has dubious distinction of being the last woman to be hanged in Britain. She said he should be hanged for what he has done, and that he does not deserve to live. Deserve to live. To stay in the air. You hang up. To stay in the air. Hang in the air. They file. Let me know. A bird. Okay. The falcon seemed to hang in the air for a moment before diving onto its diving in water before diving onto its prey. An animal that is hunted and killed for food by another animals. Okay, the falcon seemed to hang in the air for a moment before diving onto its prey. Onto its prey. Yeah. Diving in water. This word. Diving. Soar. It is similar to hang in the air for a moment before diving onto its prey. And hunted and killed for food by other animals. An animal has to be hunted. An animal that is hunted and killed for food by other people. Okay. That will be hunted. That could be hunted and killed for meat by another by group of people, by some of people. Okay, is that right? Maybe it's right. Maybe it's right. That might be teeny tiny correct. Okay, an animal that is hunted and killed for food by another animals. The falcon seemed to hang in the air for a moment before diving onto its prey. Smoke from the hangar above. Smoke to stay to stay in the air. Smoke from the house hang above the village. Smoke from the houses Smoke from the houses hung above the village. The sound of the bells. The sound of the bells hung in the midnight air. The sound of the 为什么今天我的工作？我是个创作者。其实也不是很分清，说的太少。The sound of the bell hung in the midnight air. The sound of the bell. The sound hung in. This sound network. The sound of the bells. Hung in the midnight air. Okay. Not okay. 终身停留。在午夜的。Okay. Bell. I made bell. The sound of the bells hung. The sound of the bells hung in the midnight air. Curve down. Bell. That's a bell. And the bell. The sound of the bells hung. The sound of the bells hung in the midnight air. To curve down. The branches. Yes, what good? What's on time? The branches hung heavy with snow. The branches hang heavy with the snow. To curve down. What's the meaning of this? Curve down. The branches hang heavy. To curve down. Yeah, I see. The branches. A group of nerves that work together for a specific purpose. Branches. Oh, I know. The branches hang heavy with snow. The branches hung heavy with snow. The branches hang heavy with snow. A group of nerves that work together for a specific purpose. For example, the fact nerve branches that control the muscles used to make difference expression with the face. A group of nerves that work together for a specific purpose. For example, the factor nerve branches that control is used to make different expressions with the face. Branches. Group of nerves that works together for specific purpose. For example, the factor nerve branches they control the muscle used to make the difference between the mouth and the face. Branch. Part of something larger. Okay, a part of something larger. A part of something branch. A part of something larger. A part of something larger. Branch. A part of something larger. A part of something larger. A part of something larger. Branch, a part of something. A part of something. A part of something larger. A branch of knowledge is a branch of biologic science. A branch of their family migrated to breathe. In the U.S., the president is part of the executive branch of the government. One of the offices or groups that form part of a large business organization. One of the professional groups that is form part of a large business organization. A part of something larger. Branch of knowledge is a branch of a magic sense. One branch of their family immigrated to brains. In the U.S., the president is part of the exclusive branch of the government. Branch of the government. In the US, the president is part of the exclusive branch of the government. Branch of the knowledge is branch of the logic sense. Hard. The branch that hang heavy with snow. Hand had done something wrong. And the hand as part is she. I don't know what it is. She. Bad luck. And his is bad luck. He knew he had done something wrong. And isn't she? She and his she. Bad luck. Bad feeling, and he knew he had done something. Wrong, and hung his hand and hung his hand in shame Spend time. To spend time relaxing with a person or in a place. Spend time relaxing with a person with a person or in a place. To spend time relaxing with a person or in a place. Spend time relax with the person or in a place. To spend time relaxing with the person or in place. Ashley spent most of the evening hanging with her friend. Ashley spent most of the evening hanging with her friend. Sometimes we just hang in the park. Sometimes we just hang in the park. Do you want to come over? And hang in the park? Sometimes we just hang in the park. Hang. Sometimes we just hang in the park. Ashley spent most of the evening hanging with her friend. Spent most of the evening hang with her friend. Sometimes we just hang in the park. Do you want to come over and hang in my place? Do you want to come over and hang at my place? Stop working. Stop working. Our computer. Stop working. A computer program or system. Stop working. A computer program or system. To stop working. Were appearing. To stop working. To stop working or appearing. To stop working or appearing on a screen. To stop working or appearing on a screen. To stop working or appearing on a screen. In the middle of our download is just hunks. In the middle of the is just hunks. To stop working or appear on
or appear on a screen, or appear on a screen. Oh, our computers appear. You need to say, be present. To stop working or appearing on a screen. In the middle of a download, it just hangs. Just hangs up. You hang up. You hang up. You hangs. In the middle of a download, it just hangs. To stop working or appearing on a screen. Start to be seen, or to be present. Not to be seen or to be present. Appearing on G. Oh gosh. Huh? On a screen. Okay, to stop working or appear on a screen. In the middle of a download, it's just hangs. The update prevent system from hanging. The update prevents the system from hanging when it received a corrupt data fragment. Corrupt bad. Dishonest use your position or power to get an advantage, especially for money. Current. 1 minute. Fragment. When it receives a corrupt fragment. Small piece of or part, especially when broke from something whole. When to received. It updated received the system. This update prevents the update prevents the system from hanging when it receives a corrupt data fragment. Corrupt. Bad. Dishonestly use your position or power to get an advantage, especially for money. Corrupt. Dishonestly use your position or power to get an advantage, especially for money. Okay. Fragment. A small piece or a part, or a small piece or a part, especially when broken from, especially when broken from something whole. Especially when broken from something whole. Especially when broken from something whole. It's a small piece or a part. Especially when broken from something whole.
崩溃吗 ？Fragment. Fragment, a small piece of or a part, especially when broken from some whole. Especially when broken from something whole. A small piece of or a part. A small piece or a part. A small piece or a part, especially when broken from something whole. A small piece or a part, especially when broken from something whole. A small piece or a part especially when broken from something whole. From something whole. From small piece or part. 爱听，不是150，不对。Small piece or part, especially when broken from something whole. The road was covered with fragment. The road was covered with fragment of glasses from the settlement. Settlement. Okay, Winter received. They've updated prevent the system from the update prevent the system from hanging when it 可以修复系统，什么系统？但是清楚。Okay, the update prevents the system from hanging when it received a corrupted fragment. A small piece of part. A part. Fragment. Bad luck. Corrupt. Date. Fragment. Corrupt date fragment. Yeah, a small piece or a part, especially when broken. Okay, if a picture if a picture in baseball, if a picture is baseball, if a picture baseball, 这是什么球？棒球不对，是棒球。If a picture possible hangs the ball. If a pitcher in baseball hangs the ball, or if the ball hangs, it is
It is throw badly so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the biter to hit it hard. Spin. Turn, biter. To turn around and around, especially fast. Spin. Turn. To turn around and around. Very fast. Okay, if the pitcher in baseball hangs the ball, or if the ball hangs, if the ball it is thrown badly so that it does not spin, so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the batter to hit. To hit something with force many times, and it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Batter to hit something with force many times, or to hit something with force many times. It's easy for the batter to hit. It is easy for the batter. That is easy for the batter to. It is easy for the batter hit something and many times hit something many times better to hit it hard. So it is from the It is easy for the batter to hit. Batter. It is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Okay. Hit it hard，就是 hit it hard， it's like hit it hard. That is mean power. That is so much not too much power. That is mean too much power. Badly so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the batter, and it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Waver hung a curveball. Which Carcade hit for a home run. Waver will hang. Baseball. We will hang a cable ball. We will hang a cable ball which car can hit for home run. 回旋球 home run is waiver for home run. For home run. Oh, it's home run. Right? A coach which will hang a cable ball which car can hit for a home run. His first pitch was a hang slider. Oh, let me see. Pitch. Slider. Pitch. If a pitcher his first pitch was a slider, pitcher, the name of the graphs. Slider. Let me see. Slider. His first pitch was a hang. His first pitch was a hang slider. To medicine. His first pitch was a hang. His first pitch was a slider. And the first was a hang slider. And the first pitch. His first pitch was a hang slider. Hanging slider. His first pitch was a hang slider. Yeah. Right. Let's see.
Now is to actually have the community create narratives, and so for example Wattpad, these kind of fanfic community. Imagine the next Harry Potter, the future Harry Potter is owned by the NFT holders, and they get to decide, they get to write all sorts of interesting fiction, and they get to vote and decide what becomes canon and what is not. Imagine the passion people have for Star Wars and all these other kinds of communities, and now imagine they own a piece of it and they control a piece of it. It's about to get really, really interesting. I don't think we've been this much creative kind of energy since the 90s. I don't think mobile compares to it.
now we get into the meat of it, which are NFTs, non-fungible tokens. And this is something that Chris has been on from day one. Of all the investors that I know in the entire space, Chris has been the first one who got to NFTs in a big way and has stayed consistent on it. In fact, February of this year, I remember meeting with him, and all he wanted to talk about was NFTs, and I didn't even understand at the time. And I was like, yeah, whatever, Chris, that sounds cool, nice toy. And now I'm like, what did you say again? So I sort of missed NFTs, but NFTs for me answered a whole bunch of questions that I didn't have the answer to before. One question was, a bunch of people showed up and they bought Bitcoin early, and they get to get rich in this giant wealth transfer as we move from fiat currencies into sort of scarce math-backed currencies, as Chris also once called them. And so does that just mean that the people who showed up in 2009 to 2015 or 16 get rich and everybody else kind of is a pauper? No. There's a funny quote out there floating around where somebody said, every generation invents its own new Ponzi scheme and rejects the previous generation's Ponzi scheme. And now we're moving in much faster times. So the previous generation's Ponzi scheme might have been Bitcoin or Ethereum. If you think about what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin shows up and says, we reject fiat, we reject printed money, we reject kings and rulers and tyrants, we want people's currency. Great, we got that. And then someone says, wait, you can create your own currency? Well, I want to create my own currency. So you get all these altcoins, and everybody steps up and says, well, I got my own currency. So ironically, there are now probably more currencies out there than there are tokens. There's more currencies than Bitcoin. And so people are fighting to say, well, instead of your ledger of record, let's use my ledger of record. And NFTs are people come up and say, actually, maybe digital value, digital assets are like fashion. They're culture. They're always emerging. They're always composing. They're always combining. They're always going out of style. And just like in the real world, anything that's in fashion can hold value. It could be real estate, which is a real use case. It could be oil. It could be gold. It could be every single house. It could be every single business. It could be a pair of shoes. It could be a laptop for a brief period of time. The same way, every digital asset that has a community and a culture around it can hold value for some period of time. Now, of course, it will be very non-linearly distributed. The vast majority of objects will trend towards zero value. It may be flashes in the pan, but at least this gives a chance for everybody who's come in late to the crypto revolution, late in quotes, because we're still so early, gets a chance to say, okay, we can define any object as having value that we believe has value. And these cultural memes that we're creating around NFTs, like Bored Ape Yacht Club, they don't have to like harass you into hodling them. Hodling is this meme in the Bitcoin community, right? You gotta hold your Bitcoin. It's a misspelling of hold, called hodl. But in the NFT world, you hold for sentimental value. If you're Punk 6529, someone comes up to buy your Punk, you're not gonna sell it. In fact, I think just famously recently, one of the punks who's using it as Twitter ID, because it's the new blue check mark on Twitter, but it's actually validated and verified through wallet ownership, he got offered something like $10 million for his CryptoPunk. And it was just kind of a random generic little 8-bit pixel CryptoPunk, but he refused to sell because that was his identity. And he basically had to say, even though I may not be worth that much money, I'm not for sale. And that actually made it a cultural meme and an icon, and now his CryptoPunk's probably worth even more. So NFTs are this absolutely fascinating rabbit hole. I think Chris was probably the first investor to identify them at scale, going all the way back to his Dapper Labs investment. These are the people who built CryptoKitties, and evolving from there. So I would just love to hear Chris go into NFTs, like the evolution of them and kind of where they're headed.
Yeah, I'm very excited about NFTs. I think that they're very, very broad, what I would call primitive. Primitive, just so you understand, like the way we kind of use it is there's these kind of key foundational building blocks of the internet. And I think that most of the issues that develop were some of the things I talked about earlier about how you were limited in what you could build using open methods. And a lot of the problems, frankly, I think come from advertising. The fact that we didn't have native payments and tokens and all these things we now have. What Google wanted to do, they wanted to have a digital closed loop. And a digital closed loop prior to crypto, you could really only do that with advertising. And so we built this giant infrastructure. The internet now is powered by banner ads and search ads and things like this. And that has been great for a few companies. It's generally been really, really bad for creative people. Someone had a great tweet yesterday. The Web 2 companies convinced you to give away your creations in exchange for little hearts. But yeah, tell me about how NFTs are the real scam or something. It was some formulation like that. Like, it's kind of amazing that they've convinced all these people, Instagram, what do they pay out? 0. Facebook, 0. Twitter, 0. YouTube, 50%. Apple, just for having the phone, they take 30%. Do you know how many businesses can't survive when you take 30%? It's kind of crazy that we put up with this. So Now, as you said, put aside NFTs. Just look at like Substack. So there's no crypto in Substack. So what's going on with Substack? It's a platform, like a sort of a newsletter platform you can go to as a writer and have people subscribe to it. It's relatively simple, really elegant idea. But the interesting thing you see now is you see writers who previously might make, I don't know what, $100,000 or something, getting $1 million a year. And you see a lot of people saying, hey, that shouldn't happen. We were told the internet is bad for creative people. The internet is not bad for creative people. Web 2 is bad for creative people. Spotify, I just saw the stat the other day, Spotify advertises a stat. They have 8 million artists, 14,000 of them make $50,000 a year, the rest make less than that. Those are businesses, you have costs, you basically, it's very hard to live below that. So 14,000 kind of make a living out of 8 million. Is that working? And I'm not blaming Spotify, by the way. A lot of that money goes to labels, and I think Spotify's a good company. It's the model. It's the logic of that model. So, and then you have these cases of like this musician Blau, who I think he's like a medium-sized artist on Spotify. He did an NFT drop, he made $11 million. Even if you assume that $11 million is a bubble or something, people say it's a bubble. If he made $100,000, it's transformative. It's the same thing that's going on with Substack. And so what you have is now you have this really powerful new way for creative people who were previously getting banner ads at best, very poor monetization, are now able to go and create all sorts of interesting things. And this is, we're seeing the early versions of it. You can create a JPEG, you can create digital album art, sort of an obvious thing that musicians are doing now. But it can be much more than that. It's just an object. Just like in the real world, we have all sorts of different classes of objects. We have art, we have utilities, we have, NFTs are just as broad a concept. And so I think you're going to see all sorts of interesting experimentation where, you know, maybe you, a musician, you get something that's beautiful, but also you can go use in different ways. You can take it from a game or bring it into another experience, or use it to go to a real life show as a ticket. And it's a means of patronage. I think one of the things I experience, I really encourage people to participate in these communities to understand them. I buy NFTs on Foundation, which is one of our investments, which is sort of a high-end art NFT platform, curated platform. For example, there's a science fiction writer graphic designer who I bought a bunch of his NFTs, and he DMs me, and now we're friends. And it's like, I never understood people that bought physical offline art. I've never had any interest in it. Now I kind of get it though, because I'm like, hey, this guy's cool. I want to be part of be in his network. I do venture capital. I hang around with tech people all day. It's fun for me to like be able to talk to an artist. And at the same time, I can support him in this sort of non-transactional way and be his patron. And so, some people are buying stuff on these websites to make money. Some are doing it to patronize. Some are doing it to, I think down the road, we're going to see more and more utility use cases. The gaming is really interesting right now. This, I think the world hasn't seen this yet, but I will tell you, we have a games group at our firm that doesn't do crypto. And it's close to 100% of the things they're seeing now. These are founders that come out of like Riot and Blizzard and things like this. I think it's close to 100% of the meetings they have now involve NFTs. The games people get this, they're at the cutting edge, especially the kind of the younger ones, the next cohort. And there is going to be so much interesting stuff. And these are going to be real utility. So you can take this piece of art, you can take this sword, and you can mix and match and move it around, and they all kind of immediately get composability and why it's important. And we're just going to see like wave after wave of very creative things. I think of an NFT as, it's as general a concept as the web page. Think about the website. When it first comes out, people are like, oh, it's a website, and they try to kind of map it to the offline world. It's like a brochure. But then as we saw over this sort of 30-year period, all of these clever people come and they innovate. It's not a website, it's a social network, it's a SaaS tool, it's a this, it's a that. NFTs are going to be just as broad. It's a core new concept, the idea of owning something on the internet. Another way I like to think about it is like, imagine if in the real world, we couldn't own anything. And every time you go, this is kind of a wacky analogy, but like every time you go to a hotel or a restaurant, they're like, oh, you got to change your clothes and buy a new outfit. This is how the internet works today. And then you leave, like, hey, you got to give that stuff back, right? And then one day somebody comes along and they say, no, you can take it with you.
Yeah.
Imagine the amount of innovation that would kick off. That's kind of what's been going on the internet. We had this sort of renting fiefdom design, and we've just kind of broken it open. And so people say, oh, it's a bubble, this and that. I think it's the beginning of this incredible 20-year kind of creative run.
I'd love, Chris, for you to talk a little bit more about the gaming, because I think NFTs in the gaming context are easily understood by a lot of folks, even if they don't game. But a lot of the applications make sense to me. So, I mean, you could talk about anything you want, right? I mean, So Rare is kind of interesting, but I think even more interesting, not necessarily more interesting, but there's been talk, and I think some of this might be kind of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed idealism, but the possibility of, say, universal basic income when we look at, let's say, something like YGG or Could you just speak a little bit to that and what that means? Because it's so interesting to me. And interesting is a lazy adjective. It's eye-opening and exciting.
What's the model today in video games? Video games are interesting because there have been new waves of technology, but the old wave still exists. So the old way to buy a video game with something like Madden, you pay $60 or whatever it costs these days. That's still around. That business is still around. There's companies like EA that do that. But then you had layered on top of it all these kind of new, more modern, what I think of more modern companies. And like probably the best ones are things like Fortnite and Supercell, Clash Royale, and League of Legends. These are basically, the model they use is the game is completely free. You can play it completely forever, and the only thing you buy are cosmetic goods. So you can't buy goods that make you win, because people think that would kind of undermine the integrity of the game. So it's all, just to look cool, status flex. And that's a $40 billion a year industry, just the virtual goods alone. And this, by the way, same thing is going on with NFTs. It was laughed at 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was a big joke. Of course, it wasn't, and it's very important. But, those virtual goods are kind of locked into the game. Also, when you buy the virtual goods, all the money is going to the company. So what games like Axie Infinity, we're investors in one of these kind of new crypto games, is instead of it being you buy the goods from the company, it's much more peer-to-peer. It's much more the way eBay and Craigslist, you're buying it from another person who themselves were able to basically improve the NFT by playing the game. And so in the case of Axie, you have something in the order of 100,000 people, many of whom are in the Philippines, who make a living playing that game. And so they go and they do a bunch of different stuff, and people call it grinding, like you kind of play a bunch of stuff, and then they improve the NFTs, and then other people who maybe have more money than time buy them something. And the company only takes, I think it's like a 3% take rate or something, as opposed to much more like a marketplace kind of fee, as opposed to taking all the money. The kind of protocol will take lower fees, but in exchange, you've got this like really kind of cool, vibrant economy. And basically, like Axie really kind of broke out. I think it's there's 4 games that have 800,000, which is the max Discord users, and it's one of the 4. So it's one of them, I think it's like 2 million-ish active users, like very, very popular game. By the way, not in any of the app stores, because Apple and Google are trying to fight Web3 bans. And yet they still have that kind of user base. And I think Axie, Axie's probably the thing that really inspired a lot of people. YGG mentions a separate company, which we're actually also investors in, which is it's Yield Guild Games. It's very cool. It's almost like it's what we call a DAO, but it's essentially it's a online software kind of organization where people can essentially get loaned Axie so they can go play it and not have to pay the upfront costs and then earn money. So it's like this kind of guild model that you have in games where people kind of get together and join on the same team, but suddenly you can have sort of real money involved and people make real livings. So I think that the games industry, a lot of sort of the next generation of talent saw this and we're excited.
Thank you, Chris. I'd love to add also just a few other, I'm not going to give it a ton of detail, I'll let people look these folks up, but from the creator standpoint, just bridging back to that, if we think of NFTs, I guess on a very, very basic level as property title of some type, there's actually a lot more that you can sort of embed into an NFT. So for instance, Dmitry Cherniak, I'd encourage people to check out Dmitry, incredible digital artist, incredible coder, really. So his art is code, and famous for a project and a series of pieces known as Ringers. But also, if you check out the Eternal Pump as an example, and I believe I'm getting this right, if not, I'm sure the internet will correct me and I'll make amends in the show notes, but what an artist can do is provide first access to future projects through certain sets of NFTs. And they can also create in real life interactions or requirements for people to go to, say, a certain location to mint, i.e. purchase, say, a given NFT. So there are all these permutations providing future privileged access or requiring real world actions, say, to be eligible to purchase or to receive a given NFT. The sort of Cambrian explosion of experimentation is beyond anything I have ever seen. And I've been in tech in one way or another since 2007, so not that long, I guess, in the sort of long-term view of things, but I've never seen anything like it. Naval, do you have anything you'd like to add?
There's a really interesting, subtle point that both of you have been touching upon that may be worth making explicit. which is that I think a lot of people, when they first see NFTs, their reaction is, well, I can just right-click and save that JPEG. Why does this thing have value? And hopefully people who look into NFTs move past that pretty quickly, but you're both given examples of how these things have value that you can't just right-click and save as. The simplest one is just, yes, I can also photocopy any piece of art. It doesn't mean that I have the actual art. There's still provenance, there's still a linkage, there's still authenticity to the art itself. And the simplest way to see that is, for example, the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Let's say we're building a metaverse. We're building like a 3D virtual space, and hopefully it's not Zuck, hopefully it's some crypto emergent thing on blockchains that we're all using that's open. Well, if I walk into two rooms, one room has the authentic Bored Ape Yacht Club, and it's got the actual nice photos of the apes or the CryptoPunks or whatever hanging on the walls, and my software tells me that. And then I walk into a different room, which has all fakes and copies, and my software immediately tells me, now you're in the fake one. Where do you think the cool kids are going to hang out? Where are the rich kids going to hang out? Where are the parties going to take place? So all of a sudden, having NFTs and this authentication gives spaces actual value. And so it allows you to create a metaverse, which then has a distinction between space A and space B. But that's just the simplest level. What you've also given examples of is, in a game, an NFT is a smart contract. It's a thing that is usable within the game, and a copy of the NFT is not. If I have a special piece of loot or a special item that I picked up in one game, and then the developer or the same blockchain or the same group of users went to a second game, and I get to port my NFT over, well, that authentic NFT is going to have some value, whereas a right-click save JPEG version is not going to have any value. And then finally, Tim, you gave the example of an NFT can also be a social contract between the creator of the NFT and the fans of the NFT, so that it acts as a ticket for access to future rights, and a fake one is not going to get you that, or it gives you access to future pieces by the artist first, and so on and so forth. And I love Chris' example of it being a web page, because a web page is programmable. A web page can do anything. It's Turing complete. It can run any piece of code. And so we have these essentially Turing complete programmable objects that are now suddenly scarce, that you can own and that you can transfer and you can link to the real world. And you can link them to the digital world through smart contracts. You can link them to the real world through social contracts. By the way, Bitcoin is only linked to the real world through social contracts. I know that's going to be a controversial thing to say, but essentially it's a social contract between the community of Bitcoiners to accept Bitcoin, to accept that as a canonical ledger. So the same way among the Bored Ape community or among the CryptoPunk community or whatever, the toads or the frogs or whoever they are, whichever community, there is a social contract to accept these as the canonical avatars. So essentially what blockchains do is they allow open composability and programmability between all these objects in the digital domain, and there's those smart contracts that regulate those, and then social contracts that regulate it in the outside world. And an NFT is no different. If Bitcoin can have value, if Ethereum can have value, then in theory an NFT can have value, as long as the smart contracts and the social contracts, the community enforcing it, have value. Of course, that means most of them aren't, but some of them will.
I want to also come back to SoRare for a second. And I'm an investor in a few funds that have stake in SoRare. That's not why I bring it up. I bring it up because I listened to a podcast, a guy named Andrew Steinwald on Zima Red interviewing, I'm blanking on his last name, but his first name is AJ, who was, I believe, a data scientist at Amazon, who then went on to become a SoRare player. So let me explain for a second. I'm not going to do it justice, but if you can imagine collecting, and this is, again, not going to do justice, and either of you should correct me if I get this wrong, but digital trading cards that represent specific players that you can assemble into teams that are then benchmarked against real-world sports performance to determine how well your team does. With said team, you can win money in leagues of different types. Now, people are like, okay, fine, sports betting, interesting, but where it starts to get super, super interesting is because it's correlated to real-world play with these composite teams, you then have, right now, for instance, funds being created where they're hiring effectively digital sports managers. They're buying and loaning out these players, these NFTs, and then doubling down on the people who perform best as sports managers. And one of their dreams/goals is at some point to take all of this sports analytics intelligence and data science and to buy an actual sports team and to apply it there. Kind of like sabermetrics and the Oakland A's and Billy Beane back in the day, but in an environment where they can simulate and test and split test and multivariate test over and over and over and over again. I'll give one other example of things to come, and maybe it's already happening. You guys can probably speak to this, but let's say you buy a piece of artwork that is in the form of a digital NFT. And I suppose that's a redundant term, but in the form of an NFT. Right now, if you need a loan, you might secure that loan with collateral such as your home. And if it's not happening already, in the near future, people will be able to do that with collateral of high value that is secured and verified on the blockchain, right? You're not going to have to go to Sotheby's and get all the provenance and the letters and the this and the that, which is going to take forever. You'll be able to instantly verify it and then secure loans against something like a high-value NFT. It could be a Ringer, could be a Fidenza, could be a CryptoPunk, could be anything. I mean, there are going to be many different options. And I think those are things that just are not immediately apparent. They certainly weren't immediately apparent to me when Kevin Rose was the first person to show me CryptoPunks, and I was just flabbergasted. But when you start to, I mean, look, they're cool. I think they're amazing on a bunch of levels, but it's deceptively simple on the surface, and the implications are unbelievably nuanced. So I just wanted to give a few of those examples.
Yeah, I just want to drop one quote in here, which floats around on the internet. It's called Gall's Law. It's a rule of thumb for systems design. And it basically says that a complex system designed from scratch never works and cannot be patched to make it work. A complex system that works is invariably found to have evolved from a simple system that worked. So in that sense, NFTs are primitive, and people are going to recombine and assemble and compose these primitives to create incredibly complex systems. And everyone who competes with NFTs with a centralized solution, as happens inside every game or every social network, is trying to design a complex system from the top down. And it's kind of a miracle that it even works. So this is all part of the decentralization, user ownership revolution of Web3. We own the NFTs. They're simple, they're portable, they're programmable, they're composable, and people are going to recombine them to create these complex systems that work, that are going to be impossible for larger companies to compete with. And we can already see that Apple and Google don't like NFTs, and so you're not going to see a lot of Web3 applications on the phones anytime soon. And even I think recently it was Valve, which runs Steam, the game distribution service, said they're not going to have NFTs on there or NFT-based games on there, and they're going to miss out. They're going to miss out on the largest boom in internet gaming since the beginning of internet gaming.
Chris, I'd love to ask you a question. Thank you, Naval. To come back to a word that you used, and we've spoken about this separately on the phone, because I wanted to know how the hell to pronounce this word. Skeuomorphic.
Yeah.
All right, so skeuomorphic. Maybe you could give some historical examples of like skeuomorphic design and what that means. And you've written before that one of the most common mistakes people make when evaluating new technologies is to focus too much on doing old things better. So I imagine we are seeing, and we'll see, a lot of people are trying to copy and paste Web 1 or 2 for Web 3. So I'd love for you to just spell and then give some examples of skeuomorphic design. And then after that, to give some examples, if you can, of sort of Web 3 native / emergent applications or instances to just illustrate what might be possible.
Yeah, so I didn't know there was spelling on this podcast. SKEU skeuomorphic.
Morphic, yeah, you got it.
So I think it was a Steve Jobs word that he used this word, and he used it to refer to visual design. So if you remember, the original iPhone had like a book gap, and it had wood grain bookshelves. And so it was this concept and design of taking something from the offline world and using that design in the online world to make it look more familiar. For whatever reason, me and my colleagues started using this word all the time internally like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not sure if we invented it or got it. I mean, not invented it, but like sort of ported it over from the design world. I don't really remember, but we'd always use it to mean, you go back and look at early films, and early films looked like plays. They'd put people on, and they would walk around and they stage it like plays. And then over time, kind of film developed its own kind of new grammar. And so you had a close-up and you had an establishing shot. You go look at the old movies, they would just show Grand Central Station for like 10 minutes. And they learned over time, you could just show it for like a second and the human brain would figure it out. And this happens with every new technology. The first cars, they mimicking the horses. And so the early web, for example, right? It was like brochures and magazines. So the opposite we call is sort of native. So you can do kind of web native stuff. Like it can be a two-way medium. It's code. You can do all sorts of other kind of cool stuff. So I think it wasn't until kind of the mid-2000s that people really started exploring the quote native web experience. And I believe the best investment approach was to bet on the native stuff. So I remember when YouTube was out, there were sort of two classes of video apps. there was the YouTube ones, and then there was these other ones which were basically saying, hey, we're going to take CVS and put it on the internet, enterprise software kind of model. People don't remember, there weren't YouTube stars back then, so it was all these just kind of silly viral videos or things that infringed on copyright probably, right? So when they got bought by Google, that was really controversial because it was the widespread meme, kind of like crypto today. It's all this shady, dark, and illegal stuff. But what they understood, the founders and Google to their credit, is that this was the true native video on the internet. And that once you created this experience, this thing where you could embed the video.
Okay, let me see. Transmitter. Snyder. Glass chocolate. Okay, a small piece or amount of something. Would you like a bit of would you like a bit of chocolate? The glass smashed. Snyder. The glass smashed. The glass smashed into little bits. There were bits of paper all over the floor. There were bits all over the floor. Let me have this. Smashed. Extremely drunk. The glasses smashed. The glasses smashed into little drops. Extremely drunk or horrific of being illegal drugs. The glasses smashed into little bit. A small piece of amount something. I tried to do a bit of exercise every day. She tried to do a bit of exercise every day. She tried to do a bit of exercise every day. I don't understand this bit. Smashed. Extremely drunk. Smashed. Glasses smashed. The glass is smashed. The glass smashed. Into an bit. The glass smashed. Extreme drunk. Smashed. The glass is smashed. Smash. Break noise. Break noising. To cut something. To break noising into a knit of small pieces. To cut something. To break noising into a knit of small pieces. Into a little bit. There were bits of paper all over the floor. All over the floor. Floor. Okay, there was a bit of paper. over the floor. There were bits of paper all over the floor. She tried to do a bit of exercise. She tried to do exercise. I don't understand this bit. You don't know this bit. A short distance. Space. Amount of space between two places. Short distance. I missed. Short distance. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. A bit of something. A snack, but not serious. Snack. Bit. With teeth. Bit. Amount or small piece of amount of something. Would you like a chocolate? Would you like a bit of chocolate? Would you like a bit of chocolate? Snack. Small amount of decor. Small amount of this. Small amount or decor. Snack, but not serious. But snack, a snack, but not serious. A snack, but not serious. Amount or type of something. Mario's put on a bit of weight. Hasn't. Yes. He took some time. Mario's put on a bit of weight. And weight. Put on a bit of weight. Again. And put on weight. And put on my jacket. And put on my jacket. Put on a bit of weight. And put on my jacket. And put on my jacket. And put on my jacket. I'll put on. I don't know. I'll put on my jacket. I want to give you snack, but not serious amount of type. But serious amount or type of something. Always put on a bit of it. Hand. Snatted. The dress is a bit too big for me. The dress is a bit too big for me. Blimey. It's a bit cold. Blimey. It's a person's name. You that? Get that? Be name. Address of name. Oh gosh. Blimey. It's an experience of a experience of surprise. Learn it's a bit code, bit by bit, gradually. Slowly over a period of time or distance. Slowly over a period of time or a distance. Gradually. I saved the money bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit, gradually, not a bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit, not a bit, also not a one bit, not in any way. She want a bit, not in a way. She want a bit word. She want a bit word about the test. 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 Quite a bit. Bit or not. They have quite a bit of money. They have quite a bit. They have quite a bit of money. Quite a bit. It's serious. Quite a bit, and not. They have quite a bit of money. Quite, not a bit. She hadn't a bit worry about the test. Into small pieces. The car was blown to bits. Into small pieces. Into small pieces. The car was blown to bits. Into small pieces. Blow to bits. Yes. Blow. Send to move and make currents of air, or to be moved, or make something move on a current of air. The car was blown to bits, into small pieces. Very much. I know my song to bits. I know my song to bits. For example, I think we need a bit of color in this room. I think we need a bit of color in this room. The car was blow to bits. Blow to bits. Blow to bits. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. Blown. The car was blown. Blown. Blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to The car was blown to bits. Why? Blow. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. Quite a bit. Bit by bit, gradual into smell. Horse. Tool. Snight. Slightly. Moving on. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. Miss blown. Yeah. Blow. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits very much. I love my song to bits. My song beats. Blow. Look. More example. I think we need a bit of color in this loop. We may as well finish of this pie. There's only a little bit left. We may as well finish off. We may as finish there's only a little bit left. There's a little left. We may as well finish. And we'll finish this high. We may as well finish off this part. We might as finish off this part. And we may as well finish this part. We may as well finish this part. There's only a little bit left. I bought a few things back for India. I bought a few things back India. Bits of euro and the material money. Bit of euro and the man and meant euro. Your material bits of your and material man. Iran, your material. Material, yeah. Physical substance that things can be made building material such as stone, building material, physics material. Okay, bits of jewelry and material made and builds have and material man. Physical substance. Material, a physical substance that things can be made from material, building materials such as stone. Building materials such as stone. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to allow the person reading it to counter its movements. A piece of material put in a piece of material put in a horse's mouth to allow the person reading it to counter its movements. Horse. Not that easy. It more than horse. Your horse mouth. A piece of material and a piece of red mouse. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth and to a person ready to counter horse. Yeah, nice. The chemical element such as or a mixture of such elements such as steel that is generally hard or strong and through which electricity and heat can travel and warm heat temperature and heat can travel. Chemical elements such as iron or gold, or a mixture of such elements such as steel that is generally hard and strong and through which electricity and heat can travel. Okay. Let me see.
And it worked seamlessly, and there weren't permission paywalls all around it, that this huge creator community would come up around it. And you'd have this whole new, and now today, Dude Perfect, guys messing around the basketball stuff or whatever, and didn't exist back then, has more subscribers than all the sports leagues combined on YouTube. It's not only were the native products the winners, but the native creators were the winners. And so this is a concept we use a lot internally. People who know me will tell you, when I'm negative on something, it's because it's skeuomorphic. People want to take blockchains and do like supply chain management, offline ticketing. These are, sorry. I'm glad there are entrepreneurs in every category, and I respect all entrepreneurs, but those are skeuomorphic ideas. I think they may work, but they're not going to be the thing people talk about 10 years from now. It's going to be this new stuff, the NFT stuff. So let me give you an example of a really cool project. There's this thing called Loot. I don't know if you've heard of Loot. It's this game.
Yeah, Loot by the former creator of, or I guess the creator of Vine.
Yeah. Yeah, Dom Hoffman, who's a genius developer and product designer, created this thing, Loot. And what Loot is basically it's just these little cards that have an inventory, like kind of a Dungeons and Dragons style game. So it'll say Magic Cloak, just literally those words on a page. And those themselves are NFTs. But what's so cool about it is that it inspired this whole community of people to build around it. It's almost like if, Ernest Hemingway, instead of writing the book, wrote just the first page of the book and then let the community kind of add the next page. And so that's what Dom is. He wrote, this is the beginning of it. Now let your imaginations go wild. And by the way, there won't be one canonical game. There'll be 100 different things that all kind of use, they're in the Lootverse. It's this whole tapestry of creative people adding different bricks into this new structure. And that's just a very profound new way to think about building a game, and something you couldn't have done without, as Naval called it, these very simple new building blocks. And it's exactly their simplicity that makes them so powerful, and the way you can recombine them. And that's just an early experiment. There will be many more cool experiments like that, but what's cool about that experiment, what do they say, like the Velvet Underground or something had only 1,000 fans, but they all started bands kind of thing? Loop doesn't have like millions of users, but the people that like it are the best product designers in the world. I think it's going to be one of those moments where, in the same way, Naval, you remember this, Delicious and Flickr.
Okay, let me see.
Go into the Fold and turn website layouts into an art form with Wix Studio.
Next.
Create the grid you want, shaping every section intuitively. And get down to detail with the total control and pixel-perfect precision your vision requires. Repeat your designs at scale to get the momentum your project needs. With all the flexibility to adapt your layout across screen sizes
is a dream job. No question. All right, so in the past couple of weeks and months, there's been a lot of YouTubers quitting. A lot of OG creators from people who've been doing it 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 years, legends and people who we all are familiar with who've been around YouTube for a long time, retiring or leaving or cutting back or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I've noticed, and a lot of you guys have asked me for my thoughts or to chime in. Not that this isn't one of those videos, I'm not doing that, but I do have my own situation. I've been at this a long time, and so I figured I'd throw in my 2 cents. Figured I would chime in. So first of all, this thing that we're doing here, this is a dream job. No question about it. Like, we cannot forget that. I think there's a stat, I've referenced it before, but what you ask children of the 2010s and 2020s what they want to be when they grow up, and the most popular answer is YouTuber. They want to be YouTubers when they grow up. That didn't exist 20 years ago. They all wanted to be other things, firefighters, movie stars. Now, I'm sure a lot of this is they just want to be famous, or this is the new version of, Hollywood famous, and they don't really understand all that comes with this. That's totally normal. But the point is, it's a very sought-after job, and that's something we all have to acknowledge. But, as Tom Scott put it so eloquently, a dream job is still a job.
I can't keep this up. This is my dream job, and I have a lot of fun doing it. I know I'm incredibly lucky, but a dream job is still a job, and it's a job that keeps getting bigger and more complicated. I'm so tired.
So I've watched all these YouTubers' videos of talking about what they're doing. They're retiring, and they're not all actually just straight up leaving. If you actually watch their videos, let's be honest, a lot of them are cutting back a little bit, or taking a break, or changing things up in a way, but it feels like they're sort of retiring the main thing that we know them for. But pretty much all these videos have something in common. So I'm going to use an analogy to sort of, I like analogies, I've said this before, I'm going to use one to explain sort of how it feels in my head. So the way I explain, because I get asked all the time, what do you recommend for someone who wants to be a YouTuber? And I liken it to being a professional athlete. Pick a sport. Pick whatever sport you want. Basketball, for example. There's one thing to actually do the sport just for fun, to go to the park to play basketball for free, to go to the gym with your friends to play basketball. You can do that as much as you want, but there is a certain level of hard work, dedication, strategy.
It's developing these cool ideas, and those will provide kind of the roadmap for the next wave.
Yeah, the Flickrs will lead to the Pinterests.
Exactly.
Yeah, your skeuomorphic idea, it runs even a little deeper.
Yeah.
Skeuomorphism can work
So
too. Like if you
cool.
look at basic computers, we use a desktop computing paradigm. There's a desktop, there's files, there's folders. That's skeuomorphism from the physical world. And it can help people to reason by analogy into how to use something. But at the same time, I actually share Chris's skepticism of skeuomorphism in this case. In fact, I made a big mistake, which is early on in the history of blockchains, I thought we're going to do is we're going to replace Uber and Facebook and Twitter with Web3 enabled primitives and networks that come out of those. Now I don't necessarily think so. I think we're just going to create brand new things that we can't yet even predict or identify, but we're going to end up shifting our attention to those things.
Oh.
So Twitter and Facebook will still be fine, will continue to exist, but our attention will be on these new applications that are uniquely enabled by primitives like NFTs and tokens.
I think that's right. I think, like, look, I mean, people still use Microsoft Office. It's still around. The internet didn't get rid of it. I think these are just layers and layers, and I think the same thing, I agree. The value is created in the cool stuff will be in the native kind of cutting edge stuff.
On the frontier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me make a couple recommendations for folks who are listening. They're a book and a movie recommendation, and you guys might make fun of me for this. But the first is go read Snow Crash and appreciate how prescient that book was. And it's an enjoyable read. Neil Stephenson, incredible book. But go check that out, and then perhaps at the same time, or even beforehand, watch or rewatch Ready Player One. And
Mini Pro. Let me see.
there are aspects of it that I don't think are right around the corner, but I think a lot is coming sooner than people expect. That is what I've at least come away with conditionally at this point, having immersed myself for the last few months very, very deep down the rabbit hole. And with that, though, I want to play proxy for listeners who are saying, okay, well, we're hearing about all of the amazing things. What are some of the weaknesses or challenges associated with Web3? And I'll start with one. So I remember purchasing some of these NFTs and then having someone recommend that I share that online. And I go, well, wait a second. If I share it online, then people are effectively looking into my bank account full of assets that are worth certain amounts. And all of that is preserved in the blockchain. And they're like, that's right, you're your own bank. And I'm like, I'm not sure if I 100% want to be my own bank, in the sense that people use external banks for a lot of good reasons, right? They don't want to have gold bars and money stuck into a mattress in their own house and have to deal with home defense and so on. I do think it appears there are some sort of technical solutions or services coming that could address some of these things. I'm just wondering.
I've been to your house, Tim. I think your home defense is pretty good.
Yeah, my home defense is fine. That's true. I think, but I'm an edge case, right? So not everyone has like multiple firearms placed in multiple locations. That's a longer conversation. It's not because I'm a crazy person, although some people would disagree. But the question is, like, what are some of the challenges? Because there have been points where I'm like, okay, would I prefer Amazon to see my entire purchase history, or would I prefer the entire internet to possibly see my entire purchase history? I don't know. At this point in time, for me personally, probably Amazon. And will the solutions that come to address some of those concerns, once we get to millions of wallets instead of, say, 500,000 wallets engaging with certain types of NFTs, will those services be antithetical to the ethos and promise of Web3? So I just wanted to throw that out there and hear whatever comes to mind for you guys.
For me, security is a big issue. I've been outspoken about crypto for quite a while, so I had to very carefully move all of my investments into custodians and funds so that I don't hold anything directly. But this is only possible because you can be your own bank. But the good news is you can be your own bank in very limited circumstances. You can take the majority of it, you can stick it with custodians, and just like there's places you can store your physical art under guard and lock and key, you'll be able to put your NFTs, at least the valuable ones, into NFT armories and repositories. There's going to be multi-signature where multiple people have to agree to move something. There'll be time delay where it can't be moved for 6 months or a year. So we can help mitigate all that. And the industry is working on all of that, too slowly for my comfort, but it's happening. You can also keep your anonymity in multiple ways. We mentioned Punk6529, who is a purely Twitter identity. People don't know who that person is in real life, but they're already regarded as a good NFT collector and curator. You can also create new wallets on the fly, and the software is getting better and better for that. So you can literally do each purchase out of a different wallet, which may be hard to trace to the previous one because there are enough ways to anonymize it, at least from the general public, or if you're using things like zero knowledge proofs from almost anybody. So these problems will get solved, but there are problems today, which is kind of what makes this space hairy. When the time comes that anyone can mint and hold and move an NFT easily, it'll be a joyous moment, but also a lot of the so-called alpha in the space will be gone.
Yeah. Chris, Steve, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think closely related to security, of course, is usability and just how to make everything easy to use and secure. I think it'll all get worked out, but I agree with Naval that it's not there yet. To me, the biggest challenge in the space is probably the messaging around it. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings around it. I think some of that is sort of self-inflicted by us, by the community. I think some of it is just hasn't diffused out into the broader world. So you just have a lot of people who react negatively to crypto, Web3, et cetera. And I think that could also lead to overzealous regulatory actions too. And so I think it's very important to do, I think, what we're trying to do here and just sort of explain these ideas. I think ultimately what usually convinces people is they need to kind of decide for themselves they want to dive into it. I literally, in 8 years in the space, I have never met somebody who's very well informed on the space and also deeply skeptical. Never.
If you're deeply skeptical about the idea of owning digital property, then
you don't understand it.
You're not only denying capitalism on the internet, you're a metaverse denier. Because if you look at the metaverse as articulated in Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash or in almost anywhere else, there is this concept of there is property in the metaverse. And obviously some people own property and there's jurisdiction within that property. And it's not just you can enter into my room because I can just right click and copy and save your room. There's authenticity around this is my room. These are my objects in my room and I can shuffle them around. I can control who comes in and out and I can control what happens when someone tries to quote unquote sit on my metaverse couch. Are they allowed to do that or not? So all of this programmability comes from ownership. And it's a bizarre idea to think that the only people who can own items in the metaverse are big corporations. You're basically saying only Zuck. No offense to Zuck, I actually think he does a better job than he gets credit for. But you're basically saying only Zuck is allowed to own the metaverse. Only he can own the entire metaverse. Why can't we each own our own room, our own space, our own property in the metaverse? So denying and pushing back against NFTs and cryptos is basically saying we're not going to have a collectively owned future. We're going to have a corporate owned future, and we're going to have a government owned future. I can see why the Chinese Communist Party wants to ban crypto, because it is antithetical to the idea of users owning things. But for a capitalist society, for a democratic society, for a collective society to ban crypto, that makes no sense to me. For it to ban NFTs or try to put them into financial regulations, which essentially ban it, is basically saying, no, you artists are not allowed to own your own output and deal directly with the fans. You have to be serfs working on Spotify's farm or working on YouTube's farm.
This might be a complete 90-degree turn, but I'm going to ask anyway, and we'll see where it goes. Going back to one of your many posts at cdixon.org. This is an oldie, 2009.
Forget what's up there.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I know.
You're about to get canceled.
No, you're not going to get. Yeah. So I do have a question about one very, very questionable paragraph. No, that's not what I'm going to do. What is hill climbing in computer science?
So hill climbing, it's a class of kind of algorithms. The metaphor is think of a landscape with a bunch of hills. And the goal is to get to the highest point. But put this constraint on, let's say it's foggy, you can only see a little bit in front of you or behind you. And so there's a class of algorithms that sort of basically talk about what's the optimal way to climb that hill. One obvious one is if you're on an incline, go up. But the problem there is you might get trapped in what's called a local maxima, which is you just happen to start on a small hill. The next iteration of that is what's called simulated annealing, which is you add some randomness in there too, to sort of avoid just simply going up the first hill. And so this post I wrote, I think you're talking to, this is a popular post, it's called Climbing the Wrong Hill. And I was making the analogy from these algorithms to a career. And the idea was, just like in a career, you do want to sort of climb the hill you're on. But the mistake I saw a lot of young people making was they're at McKinsey or Google or something, and they see kind of the next prize is 6 months away, the next promotion, the next bonus, whatever it is, and they kind of are on that treadmill and not willing to go, for example, join a startup and take what appears to be a step backwards, but is in fact a much bigger hill. And they get caught up in the kind of local maximization thing and I think you find a lot of people who are unhappy in their careers when they're in their 30s and 40s, it's because they hill climbed wrong hill. The lesson I take from the computer science is to add some randomness too, some exploration. There's a concept in machine learning, it's called exploration versus exploitation. You want to always have a balance between, for example, I try to use this when I order food. So I will make sure that sometimes I'm exploiting. Exploiting means I'm going to my favorite restaurant, but half the time I'm also trying a new restaurant. This is the core concept in machine learning when you design these systems, is sort of how to optimally kind of come to a conclusion. So that's the idea a little bit. It's just you should add, I think people in their 20s, for example, should add not randomness, not literally randomness, but exploration. They should go try a bunch of different things, see what's the right hill, and also be willing to take a step back.
Yeah, you want to keep your schedule open as much as possible so you can follow your own natural intellectual curiosity. I mean, ironically, the best career of 2021 was to be a JPEG collector. And I figured this out too late, but it's hilarious how many of my friends have gotten rich collecting and flipping JPEGs. And the best career of 2020 was probably to be a DeFi yield farmer, whatever the heck that means. Go Google that. So it's insane, but the world is moving so fast, adapting so quickly. The frontiers in crypto, it's digital. If you have a natural intellectual curiosity about any of these things, your moment will come. It may turn out actually with the Axie people and the YGG people that the best upcoming career, the best current career might have to do around gaming, just playing a game a certain way at a certain time. Good news for all the gamers out there.
Yeah, I want to read 2 paragraphs from that blog post, which is Climbing the Wrong Hill. Fantastic memory. And I should say the context is you're discussing a hypothetical job candidate. But the lure of the current hill is strong. There's a natural human tendency to make the next step an upward one. He ends up falling for a common trap highlighted by behavioral economists. People tend to systematically overvalue near-term over long-term rewards. This effect seems to be even stronger in more ambitious people. Their ambition seems to make it hard for them to forego the nearby upward step. People early in their career should learn from computer science. Meander some in your walk, especially early on. Randomly drop yourself into new parts of the terrain, and when you find the highest hill, don't waste any more time on the current hill, no matter how much better the next step might appear. So I wanted to read this in part because in the last few months, paying attention to Web3, which I feel is late, but that's only because my peer group is very weird and an edge case. I feel like it's not even the end of the first inning, not even close. It's like the anthem before the game has even started. And I have never seen so many highly intelligent, ambitious, capable people drop whatever they are doing, in many cases really attractive things, to dedicate all of their time to this. I have never seen anything approaching it en masse. It's not a trickle that slowly builds to more than a trickle. I mean, it's people immediately deciding this is what they want to spend 24/7 on. I don't know, perhaps I just don't have a macro perspective over a long enough period of time, but certainly in all of my time in or around technology, I've just never seen anything like it. And at the very least, that means it's something that's worth taking a very close look at.
Yeah, the big danger here, of course, is the final boss. Crypto and Web3 have not gone mainstream yet. They're in their infancy. I don't know what it's like, 10 million wallets or something out there among Americans or even globally.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's small. It's in the tens of millions.
Yeah.
So we have to move to the hundreds of millions and eventually billions, and it has to go through the same adoption curve that Web 2 and Web 1 did. And in theory, it could even go faster as long as there aren't too many obstacles in the way, because tokens naturally have incentive mechanisms built in. As Chris pointed out, the token companies don't need to do much marketing. The marketing is done by the users. And so the problem is that where we started was we actually decentralized the hardest thing. The hardest thing to decentralize is money. And once you have money decentralized, then you can own private property. But essentially, decentralizing money threatens the nation state, because a central bank currency, central bank digital currency, is the exact opposite of a cryptocurrency. That's the complete centralization of money with no intermediary banks or monetary instruments under the eye of the all-seeing state. And on the other hand, you have people just carrying their own money around, whether as a coin or as a JPEG or as a smart contract or as an IOU or some kind of a weird program. And unfortunately, we're trying to apply laws that are almost 100 years old to try and regulate this incredible explosion in internet commerce and market making and digital private property. And they're just not going to get it. And we recently have a very aggressive SEC and CFTC that are now fighting to extend their domain. And I think we end up in an upside down situation where innovation in the space gets driven overseas, underground, and out into the internet, where it will still succeed because the natural endpoint of crypto is maximum decentralization and maximum privacy. It's going to just make it happen a lot faster. It's going to make it happen outside of the United States. So the Web3 revolution could happen outside of the United States. One of the big problems with being a Web3 investor or even user these days is the KYC around the wallets, around the purchases, around the sales, the fact that a lot of these coins you can't participate in their offerings. You have to have offshore entities or more likely be a non-US citizen to even get into these. It's becoming very, very restrictive, and all we seem to be focused on is investor protection and not at all on innovation or creation or creativity. And I know Chris and his team have been fighting the good fight, and A16Z Crypto has probably done more work than anybody on the regulatory front, backed up by people like Coin Center and so on, but they put a lot of work into it.
I also want to chime in as a Luddite who's just barely finding his footing, or losing his footing with some water wings at the very least. But it also strikes me that, as you said, Chris, sometimes the true believers can be their own worst enemies, in the sense that people still use Word. I still use what people might consider legacy tools every day. And these technologies or these currencies are not mutually exclusive. And I think that it behooves the communities who are adopting and developing these tools for many reasons to be more inclusive with their consideration of having multiple options viable into the future, which I think is inevitable on some level. And certainly it is unhelpful and counterproductive to overstate the case for the eradication of central everything. Most people don't want to pave their own streets or handle their own garbage disposal. I mean, there are valuable services provided by the state, and it's hard to appreciate the full value until it's taken away. If anyone was here in Austin during the freeze, you realize very quickly how dependent we are on many of the services that are provided. And I think there is, and will be certainly for a very long time, a role for centralized banks, and that if people in fact want these technologies to continue to develop, and I think that many regulators may feel like they're caught between a rock and a hard place, in part because the messaging is so exclusive from the kind of diehard and true believers oftentimes. But as Naval, you said, the economic case for allowing 1,000 flowers to bloom in the Web3 ecosystem within the United States is hard to overstate. At least that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, any regulator that stops the next generation of artists and musicians and gamers and game developers from owning their platforms and their work is going to go into the wastebasket of history as a villain. It's that simple.
Yeah, and to your point, Tim, I think that some of this was sort of self-inflicted, and particularly around, there's certain what we call maxis, people that are into certain tokens and think only that token should exist. So there's Bitcoin maximalists, there's Ethereum maxi, et cetera. Those folks are they tend to be kind of loud and somewhat aggressive, and I think that's done a lot with a lot of the branding in the space. It's sort of people's common view of crypto comes from some of those folks who, some of them, like in the Bitcoin world, they have a political angle to it. There's sort of this libertarian aspect to Bitcoin. And I think as a result, particularly as we're seeing now, that the Democratic side thinks of crypto as the enemy, when I think that the stuff we're talking about, the Web3 stuff, is actually very, very aligned with, I think, a lot of the left agenda, which is better distribution of wealth, reigning in the power of some of the big tech companies. The difference is we're arguing to do it through innovation and competition, not through regulation, which won't work, by the way. If they cut up Facebook into 3 networks, it's not going to change anything. It's exactly the same thing. Instagram's still going to be Instagram, and the economics are going to be the same, and it's going to be just decentralized. That's just not going to work. The thing that will work is let innovators and entrepreneurs go build a better internet. That's what we want to do. It's not, to me, this is not a political movement in that sense. It's a technology movement, and it's somehow gotten associated with politics. Things in this country right now, it's very heated in the political world.
Everything is politicized.
That's a big challenge we have, is just to really kind of go and explain these things. I think the good news is we have truth on our side. everything I'm saying here and everything I've tweeted is mathematically provable, including the fact that a blockchain is a computer and the power of this new paradigm. But there's a lot of communications challenges ahead.
So let me ask both of you, and maybe I'll start with you, Chris. If there are, which I know there are, at least certainly in the broader listenership, broader audience, regulators, lawmakers, policymakers, and I've met a lot of these people, and I think part of the challenge is simply becoming educated from reliable sources when it is so difficult. I mean, it's difficult, bordering on impossible for me to separate signal from noise if I'm trying to just take it through a funnel, like sort of waterboarding of information. And I would like to ask you if there are any particular resources, or could be essays, books, anything where people in those positions could start to begin to understand the fundamentals of what we're discussing.
One of the things we try to do is create materials for this. So we have, for example, which I could share the link afterwards, it's like a 35-page overview for policymakers.
Great.
That kind of talks about the benefits and things like that. So we've been trying to create materials like that. 'Cause I think it's one of the things that's been lacking is just all the good things that we've all talked about earlier, the memeing, the Twitter stuff, everything else. It's what's wonderful about this world is sort of the chaos. But at the same time, it's also useful to have a 30-page booklet sometimes. So that's what we've tried to do, kind of add that a little bit on there. So yeah, so we try to create a bunch of materials to sort of explain it. Our firm, we believe in innovation and we believe in America. A lot of other people in crypto will do things with offshore entities and things. We don't. We tell people you should be based in the US, you should be a US company, pay US taxes. Uniswap, they're in New York City. They have an office in Soho, they hire people from New York, they go to their office. We have some European investments and things, but most of our investments are here in America. And I believe Hayden Adams, who's the founder of Uniswap, Robert Leshner, the founder of Compound, the OpenSea founders, all of these other founders in our portfolio, I believe they're heroes. I believe they're heroes who are on the cutting edge of the frontier and creating very important technology that will transform the internet. And I believe that over time, more people will come to realize that these are people in the mold of Steve Jobs or Henry Ford. This is how America stays ahead. We believe this completely, and we believe this is critical for the future of the internet and critical for the future of this country. That's why we're investing so much in it.
I'm just going to add one thing. For people who are listening, I'll create a short link. It'll be live by the time you hear this, tim.blog/Dixon, and that will take everyone to the show notes, and we'll include a link to the booklet that you mentioned, Chris. Naval, sorry for interrupting.
No problem. Yeah, the United States became the most powerful country in the world for many reasons, but recently it's been because we are the home of creative technology. Most creative technology on the planet comes from the United States. Now, is that because we create all the entrepreneurs? No, we attract all of the entrepreneurs because we had the most freedom. Technology entrepreneurs are creative people, and they want to go where they are the most free to create new things. And so if we stop being a gravitational attractor for the best entrepreneurs on the planet, we're eventually going to lose our technological leadership. And that means we will not be able to pay for our extravagant social programs. We won't have the abundance and the deflationary drive that technology, innovation, and productivity growth have provided. So I'm just concerned because I do talk to a lot of entrepreneurs now who are overseas. Most investing these days is done over Zoom. It's no longer done physically in the San Francisco Bay Area, especially in Web3 and crypto land. Most of the entrepreneurs are overseas. And now almost none of them in their right mind are considering moving to the United States. Whereas before, if you're in China or India, the default would have been, I'm going to move to California or to the United States. And now it's like, well, maybe I'll go to Miami, maybe I'll stop in the US, but no, more likely I'm going to Singapore or I'm going to Switzerland, or I'm staying anonymous on the web, or I'm going to be on some little island nation just moving around. This is really, really bad news for all the people who are counting on their pension plans to pay out in valuable US dollars, because the only solution we seem to have in the last 2 years to the COVID phenomenon is devaluing the dollar. There was a funny line that went out on Twitter where somebody said, now we know what would happen if aliens invaded the earth. The Fed would cut interest rates. And that seems to be our answer to every crisis. Cut interest rates, print more money. Well, that's selling the asset that we already have. Eventually you run out. The beauty of our model is that the entire world uses the US dollar as its stable currency, as its ultimate stable coin. And so every time we print $1, 70 cents of that dilution, that inflation goes overseas. But that's eventually going to go away. We can't just keep printing our way out of problems. We actually have to create, we have to innovate, we have to improve productivity. And that means that the next generation of technological innovation has to be based here, where they can pay their taxes, where they want to live and spend and eat and consume here. And I'm just concerned that all the combination of ambiguous and aggressive regulations, where regulators who are purely financial regulators are now getting their claws on the web and are going to regulate this thing into overseas. You can't stop it. It's ultimately code, and code is just speech, and speech is just ideas. You can't stop ideas. You can push them down one place and they'll pop up somewhere else, and the internet is a big place. So short of turning off the entire internet, the internet will figure out how to create, store, allocate, and use digital value, and that's exactly what's going on. And if you try to stop that, you're just going to miss out on the greatest wealth creation and innovation since the internet itself came into being.
Look, Naval and I, we could very easily invest in another country. We don't want to. I mean, frankly, like when you're investors, it's easy to move around and invest other places and things like this. I just think it'd be a real shame if that's the outcome.
Let me add to that for just a second. And what I'd like to add to that is, number one, there are many ways to easily incentivize innovators to create things here. We don't have to sort of go through the playbook, but regulators, policymakers, I think, have a pretty good idea of what the historically effective approaches are, and I want to come back to that in a second. We've already seen what happens when things get locked down in a place like China, and this is obviously a ball in play, but a lot of people will just relocate if they can, depending on many different factors. But you see a lot of hotbeds popping up in places like
there's a ton in Singapore.
Yeah,
they're all Chinese. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, China stopped Bitcoin mining.
No, then they all went to Singapore. Now they're doing crypto in Singapore. All the Chinese.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all the Bitcoin mining has moved to the U.S. Actually, the Chinese ban on Bitcoin mining, the huge beneficiary was the United States.
Yeah, exactly. And there are some. I was just chatting with Balaji about this separate podcast, and he was commenting on, for instance, how Bitcoin may in fact be a way for certain types of renewable energy that have high volatility, such as wind or solar, to store energy in the form of Bitcoin, utilizing that energy even if it's not being consumed. So there are some really interesting applications that are non-obvious. But I would like to just ask if there are, because we've been talking about what policymakers and regulators shouldn't do, and we've given maybe a few sentences to what they should do. Are there any policymakers or people in government, whether that's federal, state level, city level, who are worth mentioning and commending for actually taking positive actions?
Patrick McHenry in the House Financial Services Committee has been very forward-looking in crypto. Kristen Sinema from Arizona said kind of the right things, and I think she's also done some work in here. I'm sure Chris is probably more up to speed, but Andrew Yang recently was talking about it in a positive way.
Look, I think there's a lot of politicians and policymakers and things who do understand this. And what we would like, so there's been a couple things. One, there's just been no clarity. So like there's sort of two ways that regulators regulate. One is through stating policies and one is through enforcement. And so far it's all been just through enforcement. And so people just don't know what to do. And as a result, like, so one of the big myths in crypto is that it's unregulated. Okay, I will tell you, we have more regulators and policy and lawyers and things. I've practically become a lawyer. I spend so much time on this stuff. The first thing we do in every company we invest in is help them recruit a general counsel. They all spend millions of dollars on outside counsel. Everyone wants to be as compliant as they can. Obviously, it's a very strong incentive for them to do so. There's lots of regulations that apply to these companies, including consumer protection laws, commodities laws, et cetera, and no one questions that, and they all have to have policies and adhere to those things. There's specific questions around things like what qualifies an asset to be a security or not. These are topics that we've spent years on and countless legal resources analyzing and working on. But the way that the regulators have chosen to enforce this is not through guidance, but through this seemingly hard to understand set of enforcement actions, as an example. So I think clarity would be great. I think probably a lot of this has to happen at the policy level. I think modernizing a lot of these things, as Naval was saying, these rules are from like the 1930s and 40s. And a lot of them just involve very not tech modern practices, like putting your driver's license in front of the thing that has like a 50% failure rate for KYC or something. Let's modernize these things. So that's one of the things we're working on, is what's the crypto native way to modernize a lot of these processes and get the goal. Like the goals are very good. Like securities laws makes a lot of sense. So securities laws all around situations where there's asymmetric information. And when there's asymmetric information, because there's a centralized entity that has knowledge of things, you need to have rules around disclosing that information. Securities laws are a set of rules around liability and disclosure to make sure there's a level information playing field. That makes a lot of sense. We like that. And we think a great way to not have asymmetric information is to have no company. That's a really good way to have no asymmetric information. The SEC has the same goal we have, which is let's get rid of these intermediaries. They do it for asymmetric information reasons. We're doing it for sort of other ideological reasons, as we discussed here, but it's very aligned. I think it works very nicely, actually. The challenge right now, as I was saying before, is much more of a communication challenge, I think. If we can go and talk to folks and show, one, what the socially beneficial uses of this technology is, having creators who are making a living and all sorts of other things like that are very important for that reason, and then also just sort of explain and show that the goals are aligned, and that we don't want a situation where, I mean, no one wants a situation where there's sort of asymmetric information and bad stuff happening, and there's money involved. As with all sort of tech things and money involved, there are bad people, for sure. It's just inevitable. It happened in the 90s, it happened in the 2000s, it happens now. And those people give Web3 a very bad name. We want to get rid of those people. I think that the goals are actually much more aligned. And maybe I'm being overly optimistic, but I feel like it's a communication problem.
The 1999-2000 tech bubble was the small price that we had to pay in exchange for being the home for creative technological innovation in the world. And we got Facebook and Google and Amazon and Netflix and a long tail of incredible companies and innovations in exchange. And the same way, we're going to have to suffer through a little bit of the pump and the boom in crypto and in Web3, and hopefully the SEC and the CFTC can be modern and light-footed enough that they crack down on the obvious scams, but they sort of let a Cambrian explosion happen as well, where people can innovate and try things. And once the dust settles, and once it's clear that we've won and what's fair and unfair, that's sort of the right time for them to go in and put on guardrails for the average user. But putting on those guardrails too early on just means you miss out. The best venture investment, actually, of like the last decade was probably Ethereum. 2014, Ethereum went out there and you could have bought it for 30 cents and you would have been liquid. And ironically, VCs were the ones who couldn't participate because their fund docs didn't allow them to participate, but the non-VCs could. And just kind of closing those doors and saying, well, that's not going to happen again, you know, it makes a couple of mistakes. It pushes us out of the United States. It keeps the poor poor and makes the rich richer because people like Chris and I can always set up entities to participate. And then it also pushes the whole ecosystem further underground, more into decentralization, more into privacy, more into anonymity. When the stated goals of regulators are actually, they want users to own and control their own data. Data privacy and data protection is a big thing regulators care about. Well, crypto enables that uniquely. You own your private keys. Another thing they care about is interoperability. They want there to be open API, so there's a single monopolist sitting in the middle. Well, that's composability. Composability is the ultimate open API. So I think there is a model here for an enlightened regulator to do the right thing and get just as much credit for letting Web3 flourish as the original set of regulators did for Web1. And frankly, they should have been more celebrated, more recognized.
Yeah, let me add to that, because I've been involved with a number of things now, including, and this is actually very related, oddly enough, let's say funding scientific research into treatments for end-of-life anxiety due to terminal cancer, diagnoses, and things like this. That individual philanthropists have sometimes avoided certain types of scientific studies involving, say, intractable or so-called intractable psychiatric conditions. And ultimately, I was able to show through my own example that there was not just a lack of reputational risk or minimal reputational risk, and there may be, I don't want to say that doesn't exist, but there was much more reputational upside potential. And I think that's important, not just saying like we can minimize the risk of, say, policymaker talking about this, but that in fact, I think there are ways to position it, which comes back to comms and determining the way that things are communicated. But I think there is, for people who look at this closely and really gain an understanding, tremendous reputational upside. And I'll give a couple of examples. One, people have already heard, and that is, what got me interested in all of this was the fact that friends of mine who were, in some cases, close to broke, or who had been limping along, barely able to make ends meet as creatives and artists, have suddenly been able to do what they're called to do, which is create artwork, make it commercially viable, share ownership with a flourishing community, and then receive residual payment for the works that they've created. And if we bridge that to what I was just saying about the scientific work, so I have a foundation. It's not a huge foundation. It's a small private foundation, and I've been very aggressive with funding, I think, important science. And some of those studies have ended up on the cover of Nature, others have ended up on the cover of the New York Times. It's been really effective, but I don't have enough to call it, say, an endowment. So I'm basically just spending principal instead of working off of the earnings, the investment earnings of the money in the foundation. So every year I'm just trying to basically patch the boat back together and keep it moving. What is possible, and I'm hoping to prove this is really viable because I would love for others to be able to emulate this, is I could launch an NFT project, and who knows what form that will take, but to launch an NFT project where 100% of the proceeds go to my foundation, and there are different ways that this could work, where a wallet is owned by either directly by the foundation or through a DAF or something like that. But here's the important part. The important part, the exciting part for me, is not just that cryptocurrency or Ethereum could be donated to the foundation. It's that I could launch a project that then continues to generate proceeds that go directly, right? I don't have the headcount. I don't have a team to handle this for me. And the beauty is that with smart contracts, I don't need any of that. I launch a project, and then automatically, when things are resold by the people who originally bought, and then sold again, and sold again, and sold again, hopefully for increasingly high prices, that continues to provide lifeblood to this foundation that is doing life-changing work for veterans with complex PTSD. I've done a number of collaborations with, say, the Navy SEAL Foundation. All of these causes need funding, mostly from individual philanthropists, and it's fucking hard to do. It is hard to make work. And NFTs, to me, offer a possible vehicle for actually making it sustainable and allowing me to scale and do more with that. So I just wanted to mention all of that to kind of bring it home. Like, why the hell would I spend all this time on this? I don't have a high burn lifestyle. Like, I'm wearing the cheapest jeans you can imagine and shoes that somebody gave to me, right? Like, I don't spend a lot of money, but I want to be able to do more, and I want to involve my community in a way that they've been asking for a long time. But they want to give to, say, support causes or phase 3 trials, but none of these entities, these universities or researchers, are equipped to handle small donations. So I can do that, and these are a lot of reasons why I was excited to have this conversation.
Yeah, like it'd be cool too if you could do, there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff you could do. You could have seasons, so you could have the first collection is season 1, and then another collection is season 2. That's the cool thing people are doing. You can make it into a DAO so that the folks who have NFTs get to go into a private Discord server. You have some events with them. Maybe you give them some governance rights in deciding which projects to fund. And think of it as like, then you have this, I don't know how many, so you have 10,000, that's just the number people pick. You have this army of not only do you have funding, but you have evangelists, and they're memeing and they're Twittering and, writing about it.
They're building, yeah. They can even build, they can build on top of it. They can code on top of it. This is fundamentally what NFTs enable, or digital property rights enable. Our old model was, go back to Marx and the theory of labor there, which is that capitalists own the means of production, labor has to seize the means of production, and then now what? Someone still has to run the factories. So, okay, we hand them to the state. Now the state runs the factories, and you get these horrible cars coming out of the Soviet Union. Well, that didn't work. So what makes sense is for the workers to own the means of production and the users the means of production in proportion to how much value they're providing. Essentially, they should all be shareholders, and they should all be shareholders in an open system with no corporate overlord and no state overlord in proportion to the value they're providing into the system. And if they don't like the current distribution, the current system like Bitcoin, they can go create their own, and all the way down to the Bored Ape Yacht Club. So there's just this huge opportunity now to make every person a worker, an investor, a shareholder, an evangelist, an owner, a creator, a designer. We can fold it all into one. And that's really what Web3 is enabling, with tokens at the core. And it would be a mistake to just think of this as securities law, investor protection, and derivatives. I get that's where it started, because you have to create money internet native money first before any of this is possible. But now that we have internet native money, we can start creating true internet native corporations, internet native collectives, internet native projects, internet native platforms that are owned by the users. And nipping it in the bud at this point would be a huge mistake, because all we would have done is would have created the internet native money, but we would not have allowed it to have all of its use cases. We would not have allowed it to create the new internet that we need to live in.
Hear, hear. Chris, I'm going to ask a very important question, so I'd like you to speak candidly. What's the story with the Trident gum?
Oh my God, Katie told you this, huh? Well, you know, of all the bad habits to have at this point, I have one which is I chew gum nonstop. And I don't know, for whatever reason, it seems to annoy some people, but I was doing this DAO called Friends with Benefits that we invested in, and I did a kind of a community talk as part of kind of our investment process, and was chewing gum the whole time, and it actually became kind of a meme after that. So that's
now,
the deal.
is 10 packs a day hyperbole, or are we talking about a serious?
That might be true. That might be true. I have like subscriptions of boxes of Trident. Yes. I think at this point, you know, I smoked a long time ago, so that's why it was a long time ago. But after that, I just always chewed gum. I think it's just like a nervous habit or something.
On the hierarchy of vices.
Yeah, I feel like on the hierarchy of vices, it's like I don't know how you feel about. Maybe they'll discover that the Trident gum kills you or something. I hope not.
I think you're okay on the Trident. I want to ask just a couple of unrelated questions. They could be related answers, but unrelated questions, and then we're going to come back around, and each of you guys, if you want to add any closing comments, we can add those, and if not, that's totally fine as well. I don't know if you gift books. You probably gift or recommend books. When you think of most books you have gifted or recommended the most to others, do any come to mind?
As I mentioned, I really like history, and I particularly like the era of the Victorian industrial age of 1850 to 1920 or something. It's an amazing period where I kind of think of it as a period where you had like 100 Elon Musks. So you had Westinghouse and Edison and Ford and the Wright brothers and just Bell, and just goes on, right? And you had that period where just the number of incredible inventions during that period, in that 50-year period. I mean, the airplane, the car, the phonograph, the light bulb, for God's sake. It's an amazing book called Empires of Light. It's the battle between Westinghouse and Edison. Really, it's fascinating. It was enterprise sales. They invent the light bulb. Westinghouse has AC, Edison has DC. And they just went like town to town selling them and like, use my system. And there was this awesome moment at the end. The kind of coup de grace was Westinghouse built, the key benefit of AC is it goes farther without losing power. He built this giant plant up at Niagara Falls and then turned the lights on in Buffalo, and it was like this magic act. Also, they all like borrowed tons of money, and the other thing that's cool about them is they're all engineers. It reminds me a lot, and they all started off in the telegraph business, which at the time was sort of the internet of that era. So that was cool. There's another book, sorry, I have crypto on my brain, I can't help it. There's a book I really like called The Company, A Short History of the LLC. This is a fascinating book.
The name is The Company or the LLC?
Oh, The Company, yeah, and I can follow up with the link. But it's the history of limited liability corporation, which is a very, very controversial concept to have limited liability. Because the thought before, this is around 1830 when it started to develop, was that you basically, before that, you had to have an act of parliament in the UK to get limited liability. Because it was considered this very dangerous thing. Why shouldn't you be fully liable? If you start a railroad company and somebody dies, you should go to jail. And so what that meant for the LLC was that if you were going to invest, as an investor, you could lose more than your money. And so as a result, you only had partnerships of like 10 and fewer people, basically families. Because who are you going to trust if you have unlimited liability? It's like your brother and your so-and-so, but like nobody else. And then what happened is in the 1830s or so, there was this railroad boom in the UK first, I believe, and then the US. And they needed to aggregate capital. So anytime two towns would link up a railroad, their economies would like 5x. So every town basically had this giant line of people at Parliament saying, hey, can we get limited liability? Because we can't afford to build that railroad, but we know it'll pay off. But we need to be able to go out to third parties and get that capital. And so that eventually was very controversial, and it took 30 years or something. But finally, that was like the business model of Delaware, by the way, which is genius. They were like, hey, we'll be the place you go. Finally, it became understood this was a very important innovation. I would argue that actually a lot of the Victorian industrial stuff I was just talking about came from actually the invention of the LLC. And I bring that up because I think it's very analogous to, I kind of see the historical progression of partnerships were 10 people. 10 people could accrue value. In a LLC world, 1 million people can accrue value, and in a token world, 1 billion people can. It's this natural kind of progression, and it also shows you that tech is not just always tech. Tech is sometimes social and legal structures like the LLC. So it's a very short book. I think the part I'm discussing.
Okay, it's temperature, general special, a unit of information in a computer. Okay. Horse, a piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to allow the person reading it to control its movements. A unit of information in a computer that must be either 0 or the unit of information. A unit of information in a computer that must be either 0 or 1. A 32-bit computer, a computer that processes 25 bits, that process 32 bits of information at a time. Control that. A coin representing act for, to speak, act, or be present, official, present, represent, to speak, act, or present officially for another person or not. It is from the present, to speak, act, or to be present official to another people, or to another people or people. For other people or people, they choose a famous layer to represent the intent. Coin represent a small representing act for a parent representing a small amount of money or threatening XP. Meaning. What does that mean? Threatening. Repeat. Three people. A coin representing a small amount of money. A three penny worth or cost of 3 or pennies. 3 penny. 3 penny.
3 penny.
3 penny. 3 penny. 3 penny or 3 penny. 3 penny. 3 penny was a 6 penny. 6 penny. 6 penny. Bit informal or use an amount of money that is equal. Same. Equal. Same. The same amount, number or size. Equal. The amount of money that is equal to cent. Equal. The same in your money. The same in your amount. The same in your amount. Cents. Cent. Usually used in the expression. 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 Usually used in the expression 2 bits. 2 bits or 20 or 23 or 20 or 25 or 25 or 25 cents. An amount of money that is equal to that amount of money that is equal to 12 百分之一怎么读？Let me see.
One half.
Is 20 is 12 one half cents. Usually used in the expression 2 bits or 20 or 25 cents. 25 cents. 25 cents. Or 25 cents. 25 cents. Not sure. 25 cents. Amount of money that is equal to 12 1/2 cents. Usually used in the expression 2 bits or 20 or 25 cents or 25 cents. The part of it used for cutting. The part of it used for cutting or drawing. The part of it used for cutting or drawing make holes. Drawing. Okay, cut or drawing. The part of tools used or part of was for cutting or drawing. A part of tools used for cutting or drawing make a hole. A part of used for cutting. For cutting, used
for cutting or drawing. Cutting or drawing. Make holes. Tool. Cutting or drawing cut. Expression 2 bits or you usually use the expression 2 bits or 25 cents. I mean, amount of money that is equal to cents.
January 5th. January 5th. January 5th.
January 5th. Let me see. What does this mean? It's January 5th. Nada. January 5th. Theory. A short distance. Phrase inform a short distance or a period of time. A short distance or a period of time. A short distance or a period of time. Can you move up a bit? I'll see you in a bit. Nice. A short distance or period of time. Can you move up a bit? I'll see you in a bit. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. I'll wait a bit and see. If she comes, could you move your chair a bit? Could you move chair a bit, please? Could you move chair a bit? Could you move chair a bit, please? Could you move chair, please? I'll see you in a bit. Try to move a bit. With network. Okay, network. Writing to network. Writing. Okay, network. Writing article. Artistic. Writing artistic works, especially writing articles works, especially those with a high and lasting artistic value. Relating to literature, the Booker Prize, the most coveted British literary award. Literary cities draped over his novels. Could you move your chair a bit, please? Could you move your chair a bit, please? Could you move your chair a bit, please? I will indigo.
Pathetic. Cousin feelings of sadness. Cousin feelings. This one is a single tone. Cousin feelings of sadness. Pathetic. I'm pathetic. Oh, it's four page. Has 4 page. Pathetic. Let me see. Pathetic. Pathetic. Cousin feeling of sadness. Cousin feeling of sadness. Sympathy. Feeling of sadness, sympathy, cause feeling of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or animal is suffering. Cause feeling of sadness, sympathy, pathetic. I'm pathetic. Okay, you know I'm pathetic, loser. I'm pathetic. Cause feelings of sadness and sympathy sometimes. Understanding, sympathy. I'm pathetic, sympathy. I was sympathy. Okay, the president has sent a message of sympathy to the relative of the dead soldiers. The president has sent a message of sympathy to the relative of the dead soldiers. Cause feeling of sadness. Cause feelings of sadness. Sympathy. Understanding and care for someone else's suffering. I'm not. Fourth birthday. I'm not sad. No, I'm not for sad. Understanding and care for someone else's suffering. Understanding and care for someone else's suffering. Or an animal is suffering. Cousin feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. The refugees were a pathetic sight. The refugees, pathetic. Refugee. A person who has escaped. The person who has escaped from their own country for political, religious, or economic reasons, or because of war. Thousands of them fled across. A person who has escaped from their country or for political reasons.
or economic reasons or because of war. Okay, the refugees were a pathetic sight. Were pathetic. The refugees were a pathetic sight. Starved and frightened and sight. Ability to see. Okay, we're pathetic sight. Able to see. I'm conscious adaptation. Starving. Sight. Able to see. Starving. Hungry. Frightened. No food. Dying because of not enough food. Starving not because not having enough food. Dying or hungry. Frightened. Feeling fear or worry. 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 Frightened. Feeling fear or worry and cold. The refugees were a pathetic sight, starving, frightened, and cold. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former figure. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure. Okay, let me see. Figure. Pathetic figure. A shadow of his pathetic figure. Pathetic figure. The figure. Number people expect appear number shape body. The shape of a person's body. Or a body seen not clear or from a distance. what is it? I could say two figures cross. I could say two figures. I could say two figures across. They failed in the distance. The shape of a person's body were a body seen not near, or from a distance. I could say two figures cross and they failed in the distance. A particular type of figure is a person with that characteristics. A particular type of figure is a person with that characteristics. Our consultates are prominent figures in their field. Our consultants are prominent figures in their field. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Person. A particular type of figure is a person with that characteristic. Our consultants are prominent figures in their field. Hollywood. Former. A shadow of his former. A shadow of his former. Were in an earlier time. Were in an earlier time. For the present time or in the past. Were in an earlier time. Were in an earlier time. Before the present time or in the past. Or in the present or in the past. Or in the past. Let me see. Before in the present or past. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Were in an earlier time, before the present time or in the past. Were in an earlier time, before the present time or in the past. Before in the present time or in the past. Okay, a shadow of his former self. A shadow of his former self. A shadow of his former self. A shadow of his former his knife. A shadow of his former self. A shadow of his former self. A shadow of him as his former self. Shadow of his former self. after the accent after accent A B became aesthetic. The shadow prosthetic after it with shadow finger a shadow has formed herself. A shadow for person prosthetic after the accent. A shadow has formed herself. Okay, nice. Prosthetic after the accent. After the accent came a prosthetic finger. A shadow has formed herself. Unsuccessful. Disapproving. Unsuccessful or showing no ability, effort, or bravery. So that people feel no respect. So that people no respect for bravery. Brave behavior. Okay, after brave behavior or actions, they were awarded medal for their bravery. So that people know respect. So that people feel no respect. Unsuccessful or shown no ability, efforts or bravery. So that people feel no respect. Pathetic attempt. To try to do something. To try to do something, especially something difficult. To try to do something. Attempt or pathetic attempt. To try to. Or pathetic. Okay. A pathetic. It's called attempt. To try to do something, especially something difficult. Try to do something special, something difficult. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Feel fear, frightened. Feel feeling fear or worried. She gets frightened when she shouts at her. She gets frightened. She gets frightened when he shouts at her. She gets frightened when he shouts at her. The police officer found a frightened child in the hut. The police officer The police officer found a frightened child in the hut. A pathetic attempt trying to do something. Okay, are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Okay. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure. After the accident, his former self, avoiding an earlier time or the present time or in the past. Okay. All right. Dump. To put down. You dumped it. Because he had amphibian. To put it down or drop. To put it down or drop something in a careless way. Attempt. Pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Careless. Your attention. Not taken. In or to put down or drop something in a careless way. Careless way. In or careless way. To put down or drop something in a careless way. Not taken or show enough care or attention. Okay. Not to put down or drop something in a careless way. No, not taken or show enough care and attention. Dump. Okay. To put down or drop something. It came in with four shopping bags. It came in with four shopping bags. It came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. Oh, I know this. His body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just out of the city. His body had dumped in the area of the his body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just outside the city, just out the city. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Nuclear dumped at sea. Okay. Nuclear. Nuclear power. Opposes. What I mean? Opposes. He opposes any kind of nuclear. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea.
opposed any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. To disagree. Okay. To disagree and with something was more often by speaking or fighting against it, him or her. To disagree with something or someone. Okay. Often by speaking or fighting against it. He opposed any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Nuclear power being used to produce nuclear. He dumped any kind of waste dumped at sea. Okay. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. I know this. The power being or use the power produced when the nuclear of an atom is divided, or joined to another nucleus, or joined nuclear power plant, or nuclear power plant, the nuclear industry. Okay, I know this. The car was dumped in this stretch wasteland, and the wasteland in the south of the city. Wasteland street, south city. Nuclear south. North, south, east, stretch. The car was dumped in the stretch of the wasteland in the south of the city. The car was dumped in a stretch wasteland in the south of the city. 90% of American trash. 90% of American trash is dumped in the landfill sites. Landfill in the sites. Trash. Sites, trash, things, something that is the lower quality. Okay, but 90% of the American 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. 90% dump. Okay, let me see. Careless.
I will dump. To put it down or drop something in a careless. To put down. American trash is dumped and size. Trash. Something that is of the no quality things. Wasted material. Okay. 90% of American trash is dumped in a landfill sites. Sites. What do you mean? Sites. Trash. Place. A place where something is was or will be built or where something happened or where something happened is happening or will happen or building site. Site, place, or place where something is. Site. A place where something is, was, or will be built, or where something happened is happening, or will happen. A place where something is, was, or will be built, or where something happened is happening, or will happen. A building site. The company hadn't yet chosen this site for the new hospital. Company hadn't yet chosen this site for the new hospital for the new site. The company hadn't yet chosen this site for the new hospital. This is the site of the accident. This is the site of the accident. This is the site of the accident. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. To get rid. To not now have an unwanted or unpleasant taste, object or person. Red. To get rid of something unwanted. To get rid. To get rid of something unwanted. 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 To get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. To get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. The tax was so unpopular. The tax was so unpopular that its government decided to dump it. To get rid. The
to get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. The tax was on the tax. The tax was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. The tax was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. Several old cars has been dumped near the beach. Toxic chemic clean to dumped into the river. Toxic. Okay. Toxic. Present. Poisons, toxic, poisons, or substance that can make people or animals sick. Toxic, chemic. Toxic chemical. Any basic substance. Any basic substance that is used in or produced by a reaction involving change to atoms or chemic. Atoms. Tactic. Okay, substance make people or animal too sick. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river to sell unwanted goods. To sell unwanted goods were cheaply. To sell unwanted goods were cheaply. cheaply. To sell unwanted goods very cheaply, usually in the other countries. What meaning of this? Add to deep down into the rivers. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. To sell unwanted goods very cheaply, usually in other countries. They accused the West of dumping out of date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of to sell unwanted goods very cheaply in another country. They accused the West of dumping out out of date medicines on third world countries. Adam. Accused to say that something to say that someone has done something moral, illegal, or unkind. Okay, to say that something has something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. The West. They accused the West of dumping out of date chemical on third world countries. Dumped. Okay. Just a second. Word dump. To put down or drop something in a careless. They accused the medicine could out of date medicine. Oh, dumped. Still unwanted. To say unwanted a good word cheaply, usually in other countries. They accuse. Say something is wrong. Say something that is wrong. Accuse. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. They accused the West of the dump out of the date medicines on third world countries. To end a relationship too suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump? Why don't you just dump him? Why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, if he's so awful, bad, extremely bad or unpleasant, or bad, extremely unfair. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? To suddenly end a romantic relationship you have been having with someone, and a relationship. To suddenly end a romantic relationship. To suddenly end a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. You have been having with someone. Okay, let me see. Romantic. Force. What's your name? Pretty good. Psychopath.
Acquisition. I ended up staying not exactly for 2 years, almost 2 years, for about a year and
你看啊，这时候的鲁伊斯不到30岁，在卡耐基梅隆当副教授。
working on for the last year and a half. Working on for the last year. So it's a really good education, and therefore continue being very rich. Whereas people who don't have very much money don't get a very good education, and this is what happens in Guatemala. So I wanted to do something that would give equal access to everyone, and this is why we started Duolingo.
好，鲁伊斯又有了一个新的创业项目，那就要面临着一个创业初期最头疼的2件事，就是团队和融资。但谁知道你说这俩事儿在他那儿根本就不叫事儿。How did you?
I'm Carnegie Mellon, so I was a professor at Carnegie Mellon, and I picked my best students, and I asked them if they wanted to do the team. Yes.
That's like a perk being a professor.
That was, yeah. So most of them are still working at Duolingo.
Oh, nice.
Yes, 12 years later, most of them are still working.
Wow, that's nice. Do you have any funding at the beginning?
At the very beginning, we didn't. We were just working at Carnegie Mellon.
Did you pay them or?
No, everybody was doing it kind of for free. But I would say a few months in, maybe 6 months in, we got funding from a venture capital firm. We got $3 million, which at the time felt like a lot of money, and that's when we started paying people.
So when you talk to the VC, like the app was free.
Yes.
So what's her business?
Copy. Start. Child.
Alright, so in the past couple of weeks and months, there's been a lot of YouTubers quitting. A lot of OG creators from people who've been doing it 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 years. Legends and people who we all are familiar with who've been around YouTube for a long time, retiring or leaving or cutting back or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I've noticed, and a lot of you guys have asked me for my thoughts or to chime in. Not that this isn't one of those videos, I'm not doing that, but I do have my own situation. I've been at this a long time, and so I figured I'd throw in my 2 cents. Figured I would chime in. So first of all, this thing that we're doing here, this is a dream job. No question about it. Like, we cannot forget that. I think there's a stat, I've referenced it before, but what you ask children of the 2010s and 2020s what they want to be when they grow up, and the most popular answer is YouTuber. They want to be YouTubers when they grow up. That didn't exist 20 years ago. They all wanted to be other things, firefighters, movie stars. Now, I'm sure a lot of this is they just want to be famous, or this is the new version of Hollywood famous, and they don't really understand all that comes with this. That's totally normal. But the point is,
it's a very sought after job, and that's something we all have to acknowledge. But as Tom Scott put it so eloquently, a dream job is still a job.
I can't keep this up. This is my dream job, and I have a lot of fun doing it. I know I'm incredibly lucky, but a dream job is still a job, and it's a job that keeps getting bigger and more complicated. I'm so tired.
So I've watched all these YouTubers' videos of talking about what they're doing. They're retiring, and they're not all actually just straight up leaving. If you actually watch their videos, let's be honest, a lot of them are cutting back a little bit or taking a break or changing things up in a way, but it feels like they're sort of retiring the main thing that we know them for. But pretty much all these videos have something in common. So I'm gonna use an analogy to sort of, I like analogies, I've said this before, I'm gonna use one to explain sort of how it feels in my head. So the way I explain, because I get asked all the time, what do you recommend for someone who wants to be a YouTuber? And I liken it to being a professional athlete. Pick a sport, pick whatever sport you want. Basketball, for example. There's one thing to actually do the sport just for fun, to go to the park to play basketball for free, to go to the gym with your friends to play basketball. You can do that as much as you want, but there is a certain level of hard work, dedication, strategy, and talent, and let's be honest, luck that is involved in being able to turn that hobby, that passion, into a job, to actually become a full-time professional basketball player. That is a very sought-after job, and a very small number of people who actually get to do that. And so if you really want to turn the passion into the job, you have to be willing to put in a ton of hours and to be totally happy playing a ton of basketball in the park for free, playing a ton of basketball in the gym and working on the skills for free, not getting paid a dime. And that may possibly lead to you being able to turn it into a job. And you have to be able to be very comfortable doing it for free for a long time, even if you don't make a dime. That's the same thing as being a professional athlete. That's totally true about being a professional creator. Now, I still think all of that's true, and I still like using that analogy, but I think there's one thing wrong with that analogy, or I guess one thing missing from that analogy, which is that creative jobs don't scale like regular jobs. It's just not quite the same. So what I mean by that is, take the YouTube video creator career, for example. When you first start, you are just being creative. Like that's the whole job. You are making stuff, and that's the fun. So you get to have all kinds of crazy creative ideas. You're getting better and better at making the thing. You get to have a new idea, be inspired by something over here, try new things, and just coming up with all these fun, different ways to make something. And that is what we fall in love with at the beginning. Now, what might happen is, at a certain point, you get your first opportunity to do some larger new thing. And it's super cool that door has been opened because of all the creative work you're putting in. And so it's very tempting and exciting, and so you need to sort of scale up a little bit to be able to address said new opportunities. And so you do that, and it's awesome, and it's an advancement, clearly, but now you're spending time on that scaling up and less time on the being creative thing. So like, here's a basic example. You're let's say you're a video creator, you're doing your thing, you're getting creative, you're writing, editing, shooting, doing all the fun creative stuff, and then you're making some AdSense revenue as well. So it's a hobby that's making some money. Great. A brand comes along and they offer this super awesome, unique opportunity to go shoot a video that you would like to make in some crazy, fun, unique location, and they'll fly you out and give you that access to be able to make this awesome thing. Sick. Yeah, that's an advancement. That's something that's unlocked by the creative things you've been doing. And so you do it, but in that process, you now also have to manage the communications with the brand. That's the inbox stuff. You're doing invoicing, and then now it's the accounting and the taxes that come with that, and the negotiation in between, and the travel. Just a little bit of extra work, and it doesn't seem like a big deal, but that is some more time spent doing something that isn't being creative, when the job is still supposed to be the being creative part. You see what I mean? Does that make sense? There are all types of examples of this all over the creative world. Pick any genre, whether it's working with a brand or doing some new opportunity, something somewhere that comes from you being creative. Another very common example is, I have creator friends all the time that ask, oh, I'd like to hire a team to help with some of this stuff. And that also feels like a natural progression. You're doing so much of this work that you should have some help. You should have a team to help you do that, and you do get the help, but now a lot more of your time is actually spent managing those people and that team, which is taking away from the actual being creative part. So the point is, creative jobs don't scale quite like regular jobs. And this is the thing that I see in a lot of other channels and creators and a lot of the videos I'm watching, which is the more you scale up to address these awesome new opportunities and level up, the less of your job is the original thing that we fell in love with, which is being creative. So how do you avoid that? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't think anybody has the answers. That's also part of the fun of this job, as it is relatively new and it didn't exist that long ago, so there is no playbook to step 1, step 2, step 3. Here's how to become a professional video creator in said genre on YouTube. You can try to find playbooks like that, but they won't always work. There is no answer yet. Now, I've been very lucky to, I enjoy a lot of the other parts of the process as well, and I started, again, with the fun of making videos and learning to use a camera and use a lens and use lighting and microphones and all kinds of fun things like that. But also the rest of the parts of the process are intriguing to me as well, so it's fun. I got lucky in that way. But I guess the only real advice that actually makes sense, and I'm not good at giving advice to these OGs, but I guess it's more like advice to my former self or another version of me, but it's just to be very, very deliberate about keeping the original goal and the creativity part at the core of everything that you're doing. Because it gets really easy to get distracted, and kind of like that 4th grader who filled out the survey who said, I want to be a YouTuber. It's easy to get distracted by the thought of the scale and the money and the fame and the fun that seems like it comes with this with no effort. But if you do fall into the trap of chasing algorithmic changes or chasing the views or the waves of things that happen on YouTube, it is definitely it's like a carrot on a string. It's never ending. Like, we've all seen the Mr. Beastification of lots of YouTube channels. No offense, Jimmy. I love you, Jimmy. But there are a lot of other channels that look at what Jimmy's doing as a end goal for themselves. And so they figure, okay, if I do what Jimmy's doing, if I follow his blueprint, I will be the Mr. Beast of insert genre here. And actually, they're right. They will be. But they don't realize all the other things that come with it. It's like a treadmill. It's like a treadmill. That's another analogy for you. And the skill of being a video creator in this world where if you want it to be a job, you have to keep going and keep moving forward and keep making things and sharing things. The skill is finding what speed on the treadmill actually works for you. Is it a slow walk? Is it a light jog? Is it a video every this often? Is it scattered videos? Is it one video every month, every 6 months? That is a real skill and a challenge to find what actually works that satisfies both the external goals of growing your thing and the internal goals of flexing the creative muscle. Sorry, this is getting philosophical, but have you seen the Daft Punk music video from, I guess, after the last album, but for Infinity Repeating, where the AI character's like walking, it walks slowly, a little bit faster, and the whole time it's a fine pace, but the second it tries to start accelerating, very quickly towards the end of the video, it just like falls apart, and it's too much. That's what burnout looks like. So in my world, if you've watched tech YouTube videos, for example, which I guess if you're here you have, that looks like you cannot make every tech video. At least I can't. Maybe you can, but I can't review every single phone that comes out. I've just recently, we had the Galaxy S24 stuff come out, and the OnePlus 12 is around the corner, and the Find 7 Ultra is also, I can't review all 3 phones at once. I'm only one person, so I gotta pick one. I can't dive in and try to satisfy the algorithm every single time. I just can't. So even me today, I am trying to pick the right speed on the treadmill that works for everything that I and my team want to do. And it's challenging. And I'm not saying that the people who are retiring or cutting back haven't done that, but I do think we're all sort of realizing you can't run on the treadmill forever. As viewers, I'm watching Tom, Scott, and Matt Pat. I'm like, yeah, I get it. They're getting off the treadmill. But I'll leave you with one more analogy. And that is for those who are still in the camp of, I would like to go all in on this. I would like to get help and scale up and have a team. So the last analogy I'll leave you with, and I've told this on other people's channels, but I don't think I've ever actually said it on this channel, is the octopus analogy. Sorry, my computer over here just went to sleep with my mic cable plugged in. The octopus analogy. Being a creator on YouTube, if that's what we want to talk about, is just like being an octopus. Meaning, you get creative and you start making videos and you have all this fun with the platform. You are doing several different full-time jobs all at once. You are a full-time writer. You are also a full-time cinematographer. You're behind the camera. You're a lot of times in front of the camera. You're a lot of times a full-time editor. You're also managing the inbox. You're also doing the invoicing, working with brands. There's taxes, the financial accounting, and also just the PR relationships and management, all that content strategy. That's a bunch of different hats. That's like an octopus with 8 arms doing 8 different things all at once. So my only advice is, when getting help, and this makes perfect fundamental sense, but sometimes you have to hear it out loud. You want to get someone who's better at the thing that you're not good at than you, but also you want to find things that you specifically want to cut off. So if you're not good at graphic design and you want the thumbnails to be great, maybe that's a perfect arm to cut off and hand to someone else, and then they can do that task 500 times better than you ever could. I certainly learned that. I recommend that. Just cut off the arms of the taxes. Boom. You can hire an accountant. You can work with people who can help you with that. And that's cutting off an arm and handing it to someone who can do much better. But you can't cut off every arm. And this is another weird part of the analogy, but fun fact, a lot of octopi, anyway, they have 3 hearts. Weird, I know. But they can't cut those out. They have some core functions that always stay with them. And if you are a creator, in some way there is a part of the game, there is something that you fell in love with at the beginning, it's really worth figuring out what that is and just keeping that. Just keeping that. And it's going to be different for every creator. Maybe for you, it's the cinematography, or the editing, or the writing, or the content strategy, whatever it is. There's going to be parts of it, and there may be several parts that you got to keep. You don't cut that off. And that's my octopus analogy for learning to be a creator. Since there is no playbook, I'm just putting this out there. Learn what those 3 hearts are as early and deliberately as you can, and hopefully you can run on the treadmill with other people who control the other legs. This is a crazy analogy now, but I think you get the idea. Long story short, I don't think we've seen the end of big YouTubers who've been doing it for a long time retiring or cutting back or whatever. I just think we're seeing them finding their hearts. I think they're, Matt Pat's still doing behind the scenes stuff on his channel. Tom Scott's still doing his podcast. Watch the other videos and you'll see them sort of delineating between the outside and the inside internal motivation, and that's why I think it's important. So that's my 2 cents on just what I wanted to get out there for this video. That's all I wrote down. That's all I want to say. If you ever get to live the dream, be very deliberate about it. It was a weird video. Okay, we'll see if I put this up. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Three days ago,
gosh.
All right. Welcome to the Smartphone Awards 2023. A lot of smartphones come out every year, and this year's no different. We got all kinds of shapes and sizes and features and budgets, just a ton of phones. And so like clockwork, at the end of the year, you can count on me to pick some favorites in each of the categories that I break it down in. So this is a summary of the best and some of the worst phones of 2023. And these are my picks. I always know I'm going to get some pushback on some of the categories. I'm sure I'll hear in the comments. I'm fine with that. But these are my picks, so I'm sticking with them. So the way this works is I'm going to break this down into the usual categories. Every single category is going to have one winner. And then, of course, there can be a runner-up and maybe some honorable mentions if we're feeling generous. And every single category, we've actually had custom trophies made to give to the winners. And lately, the companies that win these actually do request them and sometimes end up displaying them in their headquarters or whatever they're into, which is super cool for the recognition. So we're doing it again. So without any further ado, let's get started with our first category, Best Big Smartphone.
Big small.
So this is a fun one, just because, you know, smartphones have been growing over the years and they've started to get bigger and bigger. But at the point we're at now, it does kind of feel like they've stopped growing. Am I the only one that feels this way? I feel like everyone sort of agreed that we're not going to go past 7-inch screen size. Everything over that is ridiculous. And so all these big companies have their giant best smartphones pushing right up against the 7-inch screen size and trying to fit as much as possible in that phone. So there's a lot of competition in this particular category. And my winner for the best big phone, the best use of that space in 2023, that's going to the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Once again, the phone that comes out at the beginning of the year, kind of a sleeper, but it holds steady the entire year. The design is obviously pretty understated, which I think is why it goes under the radar these days, but it has all the hardware you could possibly want. It's got that corner-to-corner 6.8-inch display that's super bright, Quad HD, LTPO, 120 Hz. It's also got quad cameras on the back. It's got a 5,000 milliamp hour battery. It's got the second latest generation Snapdragon chip, because it came out in January. And it also has room for a stylus inside without really sacrificing anything. So yeah, this thing is full of hardware. And it's also gotten software updates all year with a bunch more promised. It's hard to pick if there's one standout feature. It might not be the huge 1440p screen. It might not be the 200 megapixel main camera. But I actually think it's the massive zoom. For anyone that cares about shooting subjects really far away, this camera system basically still feels unmatched. It feels kind of boring, but it does feel like that's a pretty clear pick for me for best big phone of 2023. But I do have a runner-up, and this one's not so obvious. Because again, you kind of get to blur the lines a bit with these new phones that have been coming out, but I'm giving my runner-up for best big phone to the OnePlus Open. It definitely deserves a mention because when it's open, there's almost an 8-inch square display. This phone, even in this new folding form factor, has all the hardware you could possibly want and all the software features to match, and I really enjoyed using this phone this year, despite how gigantic it is. But I do also want to give honorable mentions for best big phone to Asus ROG Phone 7 and Oppo Find X6 Pro. Not that these phones are like lacking anything. Again, the boring one won. But, you know, if maybe this one had wireless charging or if this one had more zoom, it could have been in contention. But these are two also excellent giant phones that came out this year. So then, next up category, best compact smartphone, best small phone. This one, I swear the pickings get slimmer every single year because not only are smartphones getting bigger and bigger, but also even the smallest phones are getting further and further from small. Like, the smallest phones from the biggest companies are still, what do you want to call a Pixel 7a small? That's a 6.1-inch screen. Or maybe Galaxy S23, the baseline one, that's also a 6.1-inch screen. It's tough to find a truly small phone that brings all the flagship features down, but luckily there's one that really did it. And so it definitely deserves this award. The best small phone, you saw this coming already. It's the Asus Zenfone 10. This is the flagship that packs everything you need and more in an actually one-handleable phone with a 5.9-inch display, so it deserves to be the winner. And I'm so glad that this phone exists. When I reviewed the Zenfone 9 last year, I said it was pretty close to perfect. It was just missing a couple things that had a couple small nitpicks. When I reviewed the Zenfone 10 this year, they fixed those nitpicks, they added wireless charging, they made the back of the phone more durable, some software tweaks. It's literally nearly perfect. If you are thinking about buying a small phone, honestly, it feels like this may be one of the last good ones you ever get to buy. If you're in the age of wanting a mini phone, speak now or forever hold your cash, because they're going away. The only other phone that I think could technically qualify for this, it would be some of the folding phones, or flipping phones, I should say. Chief among them being Samsung's Z Flip 5. Now, when you open up the phone, you're still getting a pretty big screen. It's a 6.7-inch screen when you actually use a Z Flip 5. But, as many of you have pointed out, you can fold it down and stow it in a much smaller form factor than the others. So even though it's not the most one-handable thing in the world, it's smaller. So shout out to the Z Flip 5. Honorable mention. So next category, best camera in a smartphone in 2023. And this one I have a soft spot for just because I like cameras, and you guys already knew that. But there's been a lot of really interesting stuff pushing the boundaries for smartphone cameras in the past year, especially. A lot of it optically with really cool hardware. A lot of it with software, with processing, with AI, with all the stuff I might end up making an entire video on just how crazy it's gotten, because there's been some really interesting stuff lately. But my pick for best camera for 2023 ruffles feathers every time for some reason, but I really believe in this one. You already know, it's the iPhone 15 Pro. This is my camera king, and I have absolutely no regrets about it. Now, the simple fact that many people love to point out is, yes, there are some smartphones, even ones on this table, that can produce better photos than the iPhone in certain situations, especially zoom. But when it comes to just the totality of performance across the biggest variety of situations and ease of use for photos and videos, the iPhone is still king. Especially with video, I feel like it's still not particularly close. So the iPhone takes the best, most consistent, usable videos in the biggest variety of situations of any smartphone by a long way. They also added log recording to the Pro iPhones this year. They can also record directly to an external SSD. There was an Apple keynote earlier this year that turned out to be shot completely on the iPhone, and it looked incredible. But some of you may already remember, and I've pointed this out, that's not the first time that's happened already. Samsung, years ago, did a keynote that was live, that was actually already shot, and they announced it on the phone. But you could tell, like, it wasn't nearly as good. You really could tell. So this thing has been producing incredible results. Basically, if you told me I could only have one smartphone camera for the next 5 years, I think I would pretty quickly just go, all right, let's just send it with the iPhone 15 Pro. I do also want to give an honorable mention, though, to the Galaxy S23 Ultra. This thing, especially because of how well it does with zoom, has been an awesome stills camera for a long time. Really good. It also, I did a whole video on it, reviewing it. The 200 megapixel thing didn't turn out to be as big of a difference versus the 100 megapixels as we might have thought, but in general, really good. And then a shout out to the winners of our scientific blind smartphone camera test that we ran online again this year. We collected data from 20 smartphones that came out in 2023, and the overall most popular winner for the standard photo was the Pixel 7a. Then the winner for low light photos was the iPhone 15 Pro, and the winner for portrait photos was the Pixel 8 Pro. So next category, next winner, is best value. Sort of shifted over the years. It used to be best budget phone, but I sort of expanded it, best value option here. And this is actually, I think, the hardest one for me to...
Horse one. Okay, let me go. Go. 30. In team sports, to pass the ball. In team sport, to pass the ball a short distance to another player, on your team. In team sports, to pass the ball. Team sports to pass the ball. And it's dump. Let me see. 5 years.
dump to put down word drops. Yeah, I know. Okay, in team sports, a team sports to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. Pass. You see. He moved right before dumped off a short pass to the running back. Pass to the running back. A drop
Dribble.
He dribble. Two flow very slowly in small amount. To 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 flow very slowly in small amounts. To flow very slowly in small amounts. Flow to the drop under the basket. The dribble. Basket. Flow slowly. He dribble under the basket. He dribble under the basket and dump off the ball to the center. Ball sports in team sports to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. He moved right before dump off a short pass to the running back. He moved right before dump off a short pass to the running back. He dribble. Basket. He dribble under the basket and dumped up the ball to the center. He dribble under this ball. He dribble under this basket and dumped off ball to the center. He dribble flow slowly. He dribble under the basket and dumped off the ball under the center and dumped to the center. And dumped off the ball and dumped off the ball to the center. And he dumped the ball to the back and or tight end jumped for slowly down. Oh, it's hurt. Or tight end held or kept together. Firmly or close. Held or kept together. Firmly or close. Held or kept together. Tight. And I can't untie the. I can untie the knot. It's too tight. It's too tight. Firmly or close. Firmly or close. They drop down the back to the
tight end. He dumped, and firmly, not loose, yes, it's that firmly. He dumped the ball to the back. He dumped the ball to the back or tight end. He dumped the ball to the back or tight end in hockey. In hockey, to hit the puck. What means puck? Small or okay, in hug. A game played on ice between two teams of players who each have a curved stick with which they try to put a puck. In honey to hit the puck far. In hockey to hit the puck for. In hockey to hit the puck far into the opposing team area. Puck. In hockey to hit the puck far into the opposing team. Into the opposing team area. Puck farm. Hockey to hit the puck far into the In hockey to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. He dumped the puck in the corner. In the corner. He dumped it in the corner and goes for change. He dumped the puck in the corner. The point area, word 9, that is firm. That is form. That is formed by me. That is formed. The point area, or 9. That is word 9. That is formed by the meeting of two lines. Surfaces, roads. You go around the corners too fast when you are driving. There's a mailbox. On the corner. They place where the street crosses another. Click the icon in the right hand corner of this. He jumped
dumps the pack on the corner and goes for change. I dumped the pack in the corner and goes for change. Is that thing? Teams can't and goes for change. Teams can't simply dump the pack into the other team's row and chase is done. Chase and corner point chase. Row. Area, especially one that is different from the areas around it, because it has different characteristics due to different purpose. Nuclear free zone. Nuclear free zone. Or earthquake. Earthquake zone. Teams can simply dump the pack into the other team's zone and chase. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him and catch him down. Follow. Chase. Chase. To hurry. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. Engulf, and teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's row and chase it down. Engulf, to head the ball into some water or a bunker. What do you mean by that? Bunker. Engulf, to head the ball into some water and or bunker. Sand, an area filled with sand. Bunker filled. Engulf. Oh gosh, you want to know? I don't want to talk about it. Okay, engulf, to head the ball. Oh, you want to know? Oh, you want to know? Did you? But I don't want to talk about it. Engulf, to head the ball into some water or a bunker, an area filled with sand. She dumped her second shot. Engulf. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. At the 10th.
At the 10th, she dumped her second shot. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her wasn't success. Dumped her. She dumped her second shot. Shot. Shoot. Shot. Past shot. Weapon. Shot. He dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. He hit his punch shot to Kaiyuan and dumped his ball into the bunker. Kaiyuan. Once. Kaiyuan. Inner way that is not for. Inner way that is not. Inner way is for. And dumped his ball into the bunker. She was dressed casual. She was casual in shorts and a shirt, t-shirt. He hit his punch. He hit his punch shot. He hit his punch. Two, and dumped his ball into the bunker. Two, without interest, by change work. Casual, in an informal way. Casual. He punched and dumped his into his bunker. Casual. Inform. He had punched two times and he put his punch shot too casually. That is not formal and not suitable for special or official occasion. He had his pitch shot too casually and dumped his ball into the bunker. Also rubbish dumped. Gathered. Rubbish. Waste material worse than that are no longer wanted or needed. Waste material worse than that are no longer wanted or needed. Waste material worse than is no longer wanted or needed. I forgot to put the rubbish. Okay, what's rubbish dumped? Rubbish. Garbage. What's garbage? Rubbish. Trash. That's similar to trash. Garbage. Rubbish. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. Where people are allowed to leave their garbage. To leave their garbage. a place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. I'm going to clean out the basement. I'm going to clean out the basement and take I'm going to clean out the basement. I'm going to clean out the basement. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything. Basement. A part of a building consisting of rooms that are partly or completely below the level of the ground. Okay, basement. A place where people are not. Okay, I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. Garbage. I don't want to the dump. Basement. Yes. I don't want to the dump. I'm going to clean out. I'm going out to clean out. Basement and take everything I don't take everything I don't want. I don't want them. And take everything I don't want to get down. And take everything. And take everything. Take everything. Don't take everything I don't want to get done. Take everything I don't want to get done. Take everything I don't want to get done. Don't want to let down. Okay. And take everything I don't want to let down. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to let down. I'm ever unpleasant and unattractive place. Ever unpleasant and unattractive place. Basement. A building part. A building consisting. Part of a building consisting. Unattractive. Oh, okay. Attractive. Reading to the behavior. Attractive. Unpleasant and attractive place. What is attractive place? Attractive. Attractive. unattractive. A verb print and unattractive place. This town is a complete dump. Okay, let me see. The verb print is complete dump. This town is a complete dump. A place worth of a particular type or story. A place worth of a particular type of story, especially by an army. I'm jealous. Track. Jeans. Jealous.
Ammunition.
Ammunition. Object that can be shot from a weapon, such as bullets or bombs. Ammunition. I have one meaning of this. Ammunition. Arms, weapons, food, dump. Ammunition. For the dump of a dump. An act of moving information from a computer's memory to another place or device. Okay. Computing specialized. An act of moving information from a computer's memory to another place or device. Moving information from our computer memories to another place or device. To put down or drop something heavy without caring where it goes, or to get rid. The one I wanted things, or to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. To put down or drop something heavy without caring. Without caring. A caring person is kind and gives emotional support or to another. Caring. If I would drop something heavy without caring where it goes, or to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. This ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. This ship. Okay.
accused of dumping garbage overboard. Over this set of boat. The ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. Over the side of the boat or ship or into the river. Over the side, over a garbage overboard, dumped garbage dump. This ship dump. Ammunition overboard this garbage overboard. Dumped. This ship are accused of dumping garbage overboard. Dump garbage overboard. Let me see. Overboard. Over this side. Over this side of boat. Over this side of a boat. Over this side. Over this side of a boat. Over this side of a boat. Or ship and into the river. And into the water. She missed too many rehearsals. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. Rehearsal. A time when all the people involved in the play, dancing, practice in order to prepare for performance. Missed too many results and was dumped from the cast. A time when all people involved. Okay, she missed too many rehearsal. A time when all the people involved in a play, different, not simple, and there are difficult also. Not simple, involved. So the part of if active situation, that sense is a part of that is a part of the lesson is a part of the activity. Maybe I can help. Maybe I can help. Cast. The actor. The actors in a movie. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. The actor in a movie, play or show. She missed too many and was dumped from the cast. Was dumped and dumped. She missed too many. Was dumped from the cast. He missed too many rehearsals. She missed too many rehearsals. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped and was dumped from the cast. She missed too many. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. Actor. Represent. The actors in a movie. The actors in a movie play worship. The actors in a movie play worship. Bother, or make an effort. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't bothered to make the effort to make the effort to something. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. Okay. Bother. Okay. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't even bothered to write. You could have phoned us, but you just didn't bother. You could have phoned us, but you just didn't bother. You hadn't even bothered to write. Hadn't even bothered. Hadn't even bothered. Hadn't even bothered. Maybe no. Let me say that. He hadn't. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't even bothered to write. You could have found us, but you just didn't bother. You could have found us, but you just didn't bother. You could have found us, but you just didn't bother. Don't bother making bed. Don't bother making the bed. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it right. I'll do it later. Okay, verb or to infinitive. You'd have fun. You'd have fun it if you do bothered looking. You'd have fun it if you do bothered. If you bothered looking. Okay, you wanna get a credit for it, so why bother? You won't get any credit for doing it, so why bother? Why bother? Credit for it. So why bother? So you don't get any credit for doing it. So why credit? You're very smart. Okay, another else. You don't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? If you have money, if you bother to make the effort to do something, so an effort. You won't get any. You won't get any credit for doing it. So my mother, if you can't be bothered, many you can inform. If you can't be bothered, if you can't be bothered doing, if you can't be bothered, if you can't be bothered doing, if you can't bother doing, if you can't bother to do something, if you can't bother to do something, you are too late. You are too late. Lazy, not willing to work, or use any effort. Not willing to work or use any effort. not willing to work or use not willing to work or use any effort. You are too lazy. You are too lazy. If you can't bother, you are too lazy. You are too lazy, or try to do it. Too lazy. You're too lazy. Lazy. If you can't bother, if you can't, if you can't bother, tired, useless. Okay. If you can't bother, if you can't bother, if you can't bother, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. Iron. Touch right. Tire. Iron. Metal. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. Metal. Iron. Is that met? Grayish color. It's really strong. Used in making steel, and exists in very small amount. Rusty. Never is a particularly rich sauce. Iron deficiency. If you can be bothered to do this, I can be bothered to iron my clothes. I can be bothered. Okay, more example. I don't know why he bothered to beat. I don't know why he bothered to beat. He beat. His horses always coming in this. His horses always came in last. I don't know what you mean. I don't know why he bothers. It. Oh, bothers to be. Why he bothers? I
don't know why he bothered to bid. To bid. A bid. A bid. A bid. To bid. Bothered to bid. Bet.
Bet.
You bet. I don't know why he bothered to bet. I don't know why he bothered to bet. I don't know why he bothered to bet. Bet. His horses always come. His horses always come in nest. Don't bother drying the pants. Why is this? I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. Okay. So not wet. So you describe something in the water or other correct. Pants. Don't bother trying the pants. Don't bother pants. Just leave the touring. Go on, Papa. Don't bother trying the. Don't bother drying the pants. Just leave them to dry. Pants. Container. Drain. Remove liquid. Drain. Don't bother the pants. Don't bother drying the pants. Just leave them to dry. Just leave them to dry. Just leave them to trim. It annoys me that she didn't bother to phone. To make them angry. It annoys me that she didn't bother to. It annoys me that she didn't bother to. It annoys me. She didn't bother to. Let me see. She didn't bother to. Don't bother drying the pants. Just leave them to dry. Pants. Just leave them to dry. It annoys me that she didn't bother to phone. It annoys me that she didn't bother to phone. Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? Getting up. What? Oops. We're about getting up. Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. But half the guests didn't bother to They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. And half the guests. They went a lot of trouble for their. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. Their dinner party. And half of guests didn't bother to. But that was getting bothered to. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. Come up here. Start to say. Similar like starters. They went to a lot of trouble. They went to trouble for their dinner party, but half they went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. A lot of things. A lot of problem. Made some things problem. And half the guests, but half the guests, didn't bother to turn up. To make someone feel worried or upset. 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 Does it bother? To make someone feel worried or upset. Does it bother you that she is out so much of the time? Does it bother? Does it bother you that he's out so much of the time? I think I can finish that. I can finish that. Yeah. Okay. Phone. Let me see.
All right, so in the past couple of weeks and months, there's been a lot of YouTubers quitting. A lot of OG creators from people who've been doing it 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 years, legends and people who we all are familiar with who've been around YouTube for a long time, retiring or leaving or cutting back or whatever. And yeah, I've noticed, and a lot of you guys have asked me for my thoughts or to chime in. Not that this isn't one of those videos. I'm not doing that, but I do have my own situation. I've been at this a long time, and so I figured I'd throw in my 2 cents. Figured I would chime in. So first of all, this thing that we're doing here, this is a dream job. No question about it. Like, we cannot forget that. I think there's a stat, I've referenced it before, but what you ask children of the 2010s and 2020s what they want to be when they grow up, and the most popular answer is YouTuber. They want to be YouTubers when they grow up. That didn't exist 20 years ago. They all wanted to be other things, firefighters, movie stars. Now, I'm sure a lot of this is they just want to be famous, or this is the new version of, Hollywood famous, and they don't really understand all that comes with this. That's totally normal. But the point is, it's a very sought after job, and that's something we all have to acknowledge. But as Tom Scott put it so eloquently, a dream job is still a job.
I can't keep this up. This is my dream job, and I have a lot of fun doing it. I know I'm incredibly lucky, but a dream job is still a job, and it's a job that keeps getting bigger and more complicated. I'm so tired.
So I've watched all these YouTubers' videos of talking about what they're doing. They're retiring, and they're not all actually just straight up leaving. If you actually watch their videos, let's be honest, a lot of them are cutting back a little bit, or taking a break, or changing things up in a way, but it feels like they're sort of retiring the main thing that we know them for. But pretty much all these videos have something in common. So I'm gonna use an analogy to sort of, I like analogies, I've said this before, I'm gonna use one to explain sort of how it feels in my head. So the way I explain, because I get asked all the time, what do you recommend for someone who wants to be a YouTuber? And I liken it to being a professional athlete. Pick a sport, pick whatever sport you want. Basketball, for example. There's one thing to actually do the sport just for fun, to go to the park to play basketball for free, to go to the gym with your friends to play basketball. You can do that as much as you want, but there is a certain level of hard work, dedication, strategy, and talent, and let's be honest, luck, that is involved in being able to turn that hobby, that passion, into a job, to actually become a full-time professional basketball player. That is a very sought-after job, and a very small number of people who actually get to do that. And so if you really want to turn the passion into the job, you have to be willing to put in a ton of hours, and to be totally happy playing a ton of basketball in the park for free, playing a ton of basketball in the gym and working on the skills for free, not getting paid a dime. And that may possibly lead to you being able to turn it into a job. And you have to be able to be very comfortable doing it for free for a long time, even if you don't make a dime. That's the same thing as being a professional athlete. That's totally true about being a professional creator. Now, I still think all that's true, and I still like using that analogy, but I think there's one thing wrong with that analogy, or I guess one thing missing from that analogy, which is that creative jobs don't scale like regular jobs. It's just not quite the same. So what I mean by that is, take the YouTube video creator career, for example. When you first start, you are just being creative. Like, that's the whole job. You are making stuff, and that's the fun. So you get to have all kinds of crazy creative ideas. You're getting better and better at making the thing. You get to have a new idea, be inspired by something over here, try new things, and just coming up with all these fun, different ways to make something. And that is what we fall in love with at the beginning. Now, what might happen is, at a certain point, you get your first opportunity to do some larger new thing. And it's super cool that that door has been opened because of all the creative work you're putting in. And so it's very tempting and exciting, and so you need to sort of scale up a little bit to be able to address said new opportunities. And so you do that, and it's awesome, and it's an advancement, clearly, but now you're spending time on that scaling up and less time on the being creative thing. So, like, here's a basic example. You're let's say you're a video creator, you're doing your thing, you're getting creative, you're writing, editing, shooting, doing all the fun creative stuff, and then you're making some AdSense revenue as well. So it's a hobby that's making some money. Great. a brand comes along and they offer this super awesome, unique opportunity to go shoot a video that you would like to make in some crazy, fun, unique location, and they'll fly you out and give you that access to be able to make this awesome thing. Sick. Yeah, that's an advancement. That's something that's unlocked by the creative things you've been doing. And so you do it, but you know, in that process, you now also have to manage the communications with the brand. That's the inbox stuff. You're doing invoicing, and then now the accounting and the taxes that come with that, and the negotiation in between, and the travel. Just a little bit of extra work, and it doesn't seem like a big deal, but that is some more time spent doing something that isn't being creative, when the job is still supposed to be the being creative part. You see what I mean? Does that make sense? There are all types of examples of this all over the creative world. Pick any genre, whether it's working with a brand or doing some new opportunity, something somewhere that comes from you being creative. Another very common example is, I have creator friends all the time that ask, oh, I'd like to hire a team to help with some of this stuff. And that also feels like a natural progression. You're doing so much of this work that you should have some help. You should have a team to help you do that, and you do get the help, but now a lot more of your time is actually spent managing those people and that team, which is taking away from the actual being creative part. So the point is, creative jobs don't scale quite like regular jobs. And this is the thing that I see in a lot of other channels and creators and a lot of the videos I'm watching, which is the more you scale up to address these awesome new opportunities and level up, the less of your job is the original thing that we fell in love with, which is being creative. So how do you avoid that? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't think anybody has the answers. That's also part of the fun of this job, as it is relatively new and it didn't exist that long ago, so there is no playbook to step 1, step 2, step 3. Here's how to become a professional video creator in said genre on YouTube. You can try to find playbooks like that, but they won't always work. There is no answer yet. Now, I've been very lucky to, I enjoy a lot of the other parts of the process as well, and I started, again, with the fun of making videos and learning to use a camera and use a lens and use lighting and microphones and all kinds of fun things like that. But also the rest of the parts of the process are intriguing to me as well, so it's fun. I got lucky in that way. But I guess the only real advice that actually makes sense, and I'm not good at giving advice to these OGs, but I guess it's more like advice to my former self or another version of me, but it's just to be very, very deliberate about keeping the original goal and the creativity part at the core of everything that you're doing. Because it gets really easy to get distracted, and kind of like that 4th grader who filled out the survey who said, I want to be a YouTuber. It's easy to get distracted by the thought of the scale and the money and the fame and the fun that seems like it comes with this with no effort, but if you do fall into the trap of chasing algorithmic changes or chasing the views or the waves of things that happen on YouTube, it is definitely it's like a carrot on a string. It's never ending. Like, we've all seen the Mr. Beastification of lots of YouTube channels. No offense, Jimmy. I love you, Jimmy. But there are a lot of other channels that look at what Jimmy's doing as a end goal for themselves. And so they figure, okay, if I do what Jimmy's doing, if I follow his blueprint, I will be the Mr. Beast of insert genre here. And actually, they're right. They will be. But they don't realize all the other things that come with that. It's like a treadmill. It's like a treadmill. That's another analogy for you. And the skill of being a video creator in this world where if you want it to be a job, you have to keep going and keep moving forward and keep making things and sharing things. The skill is finding what speed on the treadmill actually works for you. Is it a slow walk? Is it a light jog? Is it a video every this often? Is it scattered videos? Is it one video every month, every 6 months? That is a real skill and a challenge to find what actually works, that satisfies both the external goals of growing your thing and the internal goals of flexing the creative muscle. Sorry, this is getting philosophical, but have you seen the Daft Punk music video from, I guess, after the last album, but for Infinity Repeating, where the AI character's like walking, it walks slowly, a little bit faster, and the whole time it's a fine pace, but the second it tries to start accelerating, very quickly towards the end of the video, it just like falls apart, and it's too much. That's what burnout looks like. So in my world, if you've watched tech YouTube videos, for example, which I guess if you're here you have, that looks like you cannot make every tech video. At least I can't. Maybe you can, but I can't review every single phone that comes out. I just recently, we had the Galaxy S24 stuff come out, and the OnePlus 12 is around the corner, and the Find 7 Ultra is also, I can't review all three phones at once. I'm only one person, so I gotta pick one. I can't dive in and try to satisfy the algorithm every single time. I just can't. So even me today, I am trying to pick the right speed on the treadmill that works for everything that I and my team want to do. And it's challenging. And I'm not saying that the people who are retiring or cutting back haven't done that, but I do think we're all sort of realizing you can't run on the treadmill forever. As viewers, I'm watching Tom Scott and Matt Pat. I'm like, yep, I get it. They're getting off the treadmill. But I'll leave you with one more analogy. And that is for those who are still in the camp of, I would like to go all in on this. I would like to get help and scale up and have a team. So the last analogy I'll leave you with, and I've told this on other people's channels, but I don't think I've ever actually said it on this channel, is the octopus analogy. Sorry, my computer over here just went to sleep with my mic cable plugged in. The octopus analogy. Being a creator on YouTube, if that's what we want to talk about, is just like being an octopus. Meaning, you get creative and you start making videos and you have all this fun with the platform, you are doing several different full-time jobs all at once. You are a full-time writer, you are also a full-time cinematographer, you're behind the camera, you're a lot of times in front of the camera, you're a lot of times a full-time editor, you're also managing the inbox, you're also doing the invoicing, working with brands, there's taxes, the financial accounting, and also just the PR, relationships, and management, all that content strategy. That's a bunch of different hats. That's like an octopus with 8 arms doing 8 different things all at once. So my only advice is, when getting help, and this makes perfect fundamental sense, but sometimes you have to hear it out loud, you want to get someone who's better at the thing that you're not good at than you, but also you want to find things that you specifically want to cut off. So if you're not good at graphic design and you want the thumbnails to be great, maybe that's a perfect arm to cut off and hand to someone else, and then they can do that task 500 times better than you ever could. I certainly learned that. I recommend that. Just cut off the arms of the taxes, boom. You can hire an accountant, you can work with people who can help you with that, and that's cutting off an arm and handing it to someone who can do much better. But you can't cut off every arm. And this is another weird part of the analogy, but fun fact, a lot of octopi, anyway, they have 3 hearts. Weird, I know. But they can't cut those out. They have some core functions that always stay with them. And if you are a creator, in some way there is a part of the game, there is something that you fell in love with at the beginning, it's really worth figuring out what that is and just keeping that. And it's going to be different for every creator. Maybe for you, it's the cinematography, or the editing, or the writing, or the content strategy, whatever it is. There's going to be parts of it, and there may be several parts that you got to keep. You don't cut that off. And that's my octopus analogy for learning to be a creator. Since there is no playbook, I'm just putting this out there. Learn what those 3 hearts are as early and deliberately as you can, and hopefully you can run on the treadmill with other people who control the other legs. This is a crazy analogy now, but I think you get the idea. Long story short, I don't think we've seen the end of big YouTubers who've been doing it for a long time retiring or cutting back or whatever. I just think we're seeing them finding their hearts. I think they're, Matt Pat's still doing behind the scenes stuff on his channel. Tom Scott's still doing his podcast. Watch the other videos and you'll see them sort of delineating between the outside and the inside internal motivation. And And that's why I think it's important. So that's my 2 cents on what I wanted to get out there for this video. That's all I wrote down. That's all I want to say. If you ever get to live the dream, be very deliberate about it. It was a weird video. Okay. Let's see if I put this up. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Okay.
Might have only been 2 chapters of it or something. But I thought fascinating, because I don't think we normally think of these kinds of legal innovations as a kind of a quote tech breakthrough. So I don't know, I think there's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of great books. I love books. These just happen to come to mind.
Those are 2 great examples. I'm gonna pick up both of those. Naval, do you have any additional comments you would like to add? Questions, complaints, anything at all?
When Tim Ferriss NFT drop.
Yeah, I'm planning on it. This is not idle chat. I'm extremely immersed, and I am really excited in a way that I haven't been excited about a project in a very long time. And just to, again, make it plain, I mean, who knows, maybe at some point I'll do something for profit, but as it stands right now, I am excited to pilot a project where 100% of the proceeds go to some type of research or project vis-a-vis probably this 501c3 foundation, this private foundation that I have, which has already done a lot of work, has a great track record over the last few years. So I would say next 6 months would be my goal. So let's call it, depending on when this comes out, but first 2 quarters of 2022 would be my guess.
Great. I would add on to what Chris was saying about, going from 10 owners to thousands of owners to millions of owners to 1 billion owners. I think there's finally an answer for how can communities participate in Web3 and crypto. Before this, when people would ask, like, how do I participate in crypto, there was an answer for individuals, which is, hey, you can bet on sound money, digital gold, that's Bitcoin. And then if you were a company, you could say, hey, you can build something on top of Ethereum. You can build decentralized finance. You can build applications on this computer, this Turing-complete blockchain computer that's running on the blockchain. And now, for the first time, a community can show up, and you can have an answer for the community. You can say, okay, if you have a passionate group of believers, you can spread ownership amongst them, you can spread governance amongst them, you can build a DAO, you can issue NFTs, you can have an online gaming community, you can have a conversational community, you can have a real world community that maps to each other with NFTs, you can even have digital bake sales. Who knows? It's innovating like crazy. But for the first time, we're seeing DAOs, which are these distributed autonomous organizations, take off in Web3, and DAOs are sort of these. They're not quite corporations, they're not quite communities, they're not quite networks or platforms, they're like their own new thing that are a mixture of all of the above. And I think a couple of years from now, we're gonna see a lot of thriving communities on the internet that are now linked together economically, intrinsically, and are doing not just making money, but also governance. Like, who gets to make which decision, who gets credit for the decision, who gets to join the company, who gets to leave the company, who gets to join the community, who gets to leave the community. NFTs are so many things. It's almost, I love the Chris webpage analogy. I want to give you full credit for that. I hadn't heard that until now, so sorry, I haven't been listening to other podcasts. But I love it because web pages are so programmable. It can be anything. The same with NFTs, so programmable. So it's kind of almost silly to sit around talking about what you can do with NFTs. You can do anything with NFTs that you can do with a web page, but on top of it, you can have scarcity and ownership and allocation and rights associated with it. This is really big.
Yeah, I want to add something because you just reminded me, Naval, so thank you for that. And that is, I think DAOs have tremendous value to government in a number of different ways. And this could be value to different scales of government, all the way up to the federal level, could apply to international organizations, could apply to the military, and that is, and I recommend to everyone, if they can find interviews with a lawyer named Aaron Wright, who has been intimately involved with the formation of many of the most famous DAOs. DAOs offer the ability to test different types of governance and decision making. So that could be rough consensus, it could be true consensus, it could be any permutation just about that you can imagine. You can test quickly, and this offers, I think, incredibly valuable opportunities to test in the micro via DAOs and to observe what many DAOs are doing, to study what they're doing, not just for the implementation that you see in the DAOs, but for taking the best of breed options that emerge and then applying them in other places. I think there's just tremendous value there. That was another moment, kind of a flashboil moment for me when I was listening to Aaron, and I thought, holy shit, this actually is a huge deal. And I'm sure I'm drinking the Kool-Aid and missing certain things, but even if I get half of it wrong, I still think that the implications are enormous.
Before we sign off, can I add a disclaimer for you here?
Yes, please.
Well, we mentioned lots of NFT projects and companies. This is not a recommendation to go and buy any of them. And I think you have to be very careful because most of these will be like 1999, dot bombs, so to speak. We're in the first generation. If you'd bet everything on the Flickrs and the Delicious of the world, you wouldn't have done as well as if you just waited for the Netflix and the Pinterests. So it's not too late. The good news about NFTs being fashion and creative means it's always new, it's always bubbling up. I've talked to a lot of top NFT collectors now because I completely missed the boat. And I now realize why I missed the boat, because like psychopaths, they were buying it for the art value. They genuinely liked the art and they wanted to be patrons of the arts and they wanted to support the artists. And it didn't have anything to do with making money. It's just that then later the rest of the group or another larger group came along and recognized that there was some value to the art and to the provenance of it. So the good news here, I think, with NFTs is that now everybody will get to play in Web3. Everybody will get to play in crypto. You're going to have a lot of creators making money. You'll have a lot of fans making money. You'll have fans expressing their devotion and their interest, which is really where it comes from. Because underneath, even though some of these art projects will turn into larger franchises that will launch movies and games and books and all of that stuff, many won't. And many will just be a patronage link between the person who's collecting or buying and the artist. And that's great. I want to be able to support an artist without having to buy a sneaker in the way that they market it. I should just be able to support them directly. I want to be able to support a fitness expert online without having to buy some BS vitamin that they have to stamp their name on to some supplement company that they have to start. I want to be able to support a singer or musician without having to just pay Spotify $10 a month and hoping it finds its magic way to them. I want to be able to support somebody on Twitter instead of just retweeting and liking all the time. So we're establishing direct linkages, economic linkages, and governance linkages between communities of fans and artists, and I think that's wonderful. So if you want to go buy NFTs, buy the stuff you like, because at the end of the day, what you're probably going to end up with is a cool JPEG.
I second that. Definitely I would only recommend buying things that you want to keep and not things you think will go up in value, because that's dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous. And by this time, people will have also heard a disclaimer at the beginning of the show. So pay attention to the disclaimer, people. The Flickr Delicious analogy is a very apt one. It is still really early. Just because you missed the opportunity to buy JPEGs for $1 that are now worth $1 million, and there are examples of this, it doesn't mean that you missed all the boats. Maybe you missed one boat. Secondly, it doesn't mean all of those NFTs are going to maintain or appreciate. So be patient. I really feel like with the amount of exploration and experimentation that is happening right now, and I mean, Chris, you tell me if I'm completely delusional here, but I really feel like even though there is an impulse to rush, and there's an impulse to be in Discords 24 hours a day, and on crypto or NFT Twitter 24 hours a day, ultimately you run out of hours, and I do feel like there is a place for watching, for learning, for getting educated, for kicking the tires in ways that are low risk or no risk, and looking for fat pitches, whether that is as a user or a fan looking for a real fit with a creator or an artist or an entrepreneur who you love personally, or whose work you love, or whose project you love, or looking for investments. I feel like it is a huge mistake to just impulsively, from the driver of FOMO, dump a ton of money in, hoping that you win the next Willy Wonka golden ticket, because ultimately I think that is, at least for me, is too high risk.
I think another lens to look at NFTs through is you go to the museum and you see a Roman statue, okay? There's sort of two ways you could interpret that. One is it's a piece of stone, and that's sort of just a JPEG. The other, I think the correct way, the more sophisticated way, is to see it as a community artifact. It has meaning and value, that statue, as part of that community of ancient Rome. And I think the same thing is true with NFTs. NFTs are artifacts of networks. So like you have your own community, and the NFTs you're creating will be artifacts for that community. And they derive value to the extent that they kind of reinforce that community's values and norms and language and memes. That's what CryptoPunks really, you're owning a piece of this community that has importance in the history of the internet and the history of crypto. If you take it out of that, that's when you get the just a JPEG, right click and save thing. I used to do this with, I go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, oh look, that's a sword. If you dismiss it like that, sure, but if you want to go and like dig in. And so I think the same thing I would say for you, Tim, I would encourage you when you think about your NFTs to sort of think of it in that way. These are artifacts of the community. And by buying one, you're sort of buying both, you're supporting your cause, but you're also kind of buying into that community.
Yeah.
By the way, the other interesting thing, one reason I think this is sort of so powerful is that we've spent the last 30 years building communities on the internet. We didn't have a good way for them to accrue value. But the killer app of the internet is networks. We've got 1 million networks built on this thing now. Discord and Reddits and Twitter followings, it's all built out. And now we're dropping in this way to have now these community artifacts and things with value. And I think it's very important though to think of it in that context and not what I think the mistake some people are making now, and they're thinking of it more transactionally. It's a cash grab. That's the wrong way, and that will backfire. You need to do it in the way that the community really aligns with the values of the community.
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, when you buy these things too, to Naval's point, buy things in communities you value and expect them to be illiquid for a very long time. If you buy a CryptoPunk or a Bored Ape or something else, it's because you want to be part of that community. That should be the motivation.
Yeah, everybody gets to be a patron of the arts and a patron of the sciences. That's the way I think about this.
And I'll also say, if you're just a aggressive capitalist and you're like, I don't give a shit about being a patron, nonetheless, I think it is a very dangerous game to think that you can outtrade the rest of the universe and try to hold and flip things and hold and flip things for short periods of time or within short periods of time. So that is just to say, Naval, you've famously said something along the lines, or written, I guess. I think you said it first on the podcast, maybe it was on Twitter, who the hell knows. If you wouldn't work with someone for a lifetime, don't work with them for 5 minutes. Am I getting that right? Something like that. What is it?
Yeah, it was literally my first philosophical tweet where I was just thinking out loud, note to self.
Yep.
And it was, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, don't work with them for a day.
There you go.
And it was a lesson to me. I was telling myself, hey, don't keep falling into that trap. There are no short-term relationships.
So for me, looking at NFTs, the way I've looked at them is that I wouldn't hold this for, it doesn't have to be for life, but like if I wouldn't hold this for 5 years, don't hold it for 5 days. Don't buy it in the first place. If you're not ready to do that, because there are going to be a lot of ups and downs, and as Hunk6529 said to me once, he said, and I'm sure he's written this somewhere, but he said, NFTs make crypto look like treasury bonds. With respect to volatility, they are all over the place.
I think that was mine. Maybe it was 6529.
Oh, well, maybe he told me, but maybe you said it. Okay. You just never know where it starts.
And I managed to articulate a little better where I think crypto is to venture as venture is to value. In other words, investing in crypto is to investing in venture capital. What doing venture capital is to do value investing like Warren Buffett does. It's crazy.
Yeah.
A standard deviation squared, right? Everything is the variance squared. Everything goes up and down, volatile. You're going to make 10x, 0x. You're going to lose it all. You're going to get hacked. The blockchain's going to get, there's so many ways to go wrong. You're going to lose your keys, boating accident, whatever. There's 1,000 ways to go wrong in this space. So it's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
It's really not.
And it's true also in the embryonic stages and the Wild West days of any of the technological revolutions that we've discussed. The room hasn't been childproof yet.
No, not at all.
But that's okay.
But to Chris's point, the best teams are not working on it. They're figuring out how to take it mainstream, how to take custody mainstream, how to take purchasing mainstream. The gaming guys, if they can't, and gals, if they can't figure this out, nobody can. But I think they'll figure it out.
I wanted to add one more recommendation, and that is, well, there are 2 things we didn't have a chance to get into, which is totally fine, because there are a million different directions you can go with this stuff. But one is generative art, and art not necessarily referring only to graphic representational art, but generative art. I recommend people check out some of the writing by Tyler Hobbs, who is the incredible artist, really nice guy, creator of something called Fidenzas, which are incredible and also incredibly popular. he's written, many people have now written about generative art, but one aspect of that I think is unique, that will become more and more compelling in different ways, is the ability for the purchaser of the art to become an element in the creation of the art. So when you purchase a piece of art and interact with, you guys are technical, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but code, that algorithm of some type, and your, say, transaction ID, I'm not sure.
Okay. Lloyd. Tim were upset. Does it bother you that does it bother you that he's out so much of the time? Living on my own. Living on my own has never bothered me. Living on my own has never bothered me. I don't care if he don't came. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me that he don't seem to notice. It bothered me that he don't seem to notice. It bothered me that he don't seem to notice. Live on my own has never bothered me. To make someone feel worried or upset. Living on my own has never bothered. On my own. I don't care if he don't. I don't care if he don't came. It don't bother. It don't bother me. Okay. Annoyed. To annoy work is problem for someone. Don't bother your father. Don't bother your father when she's work. Don't bother. Annoyed work has problems for someone. Don't bother your father when his work. Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you. But could you help me lift this suitcase? Could you? But could you help me lift this suitcase? Raise. To move something from a lower or higher position. To lift something. Suitcase. Do you have lift suitcase? Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. Could you help me lift this suitcase? Suitcase. 说你好像会这个。We got it. I didn't want to bother her with work matters on her day off. I didn't bother someone with something. Bother someone with something. I didn't want to bother her with work matters on her day off. The noise was beginning to bother us. Okay,
I didn't want to bother her with work matters on her day off. I didn't want to bother her with the work matters on her day off. The noise was beginning to bother us, so we left. The noise was beginning to bother us, so we left us. She threatened to call. The noise was beginning to bother us, so we left. Okay, she threatened to call the police. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering her. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering. If she threatened. Okay. In danger or likely to stop exist. She's threatened. In danger. She threatened to call. She's threatened. In danger or likely to stop existing. She's in danger or likely to stop existing. In danger or likely to stop existing. Rectangle rainforest in one of the world's most threatened ecosystem. The Congo rainforest in one of the world. The Congo rainforest is one of the world's most Congo. It's one of the world's most surrounded. To tell someone that you will kill or hurt them will cause problem if they do not do what you want. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering her. Okay, trouble or problems. I can take you there. It's really no bother. It's really no bother. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to trouble or problem. I can take you there. It's really no problem. It's really no bother. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Don't make any special effort. Don't make any special. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Don't make any special effort. Don't make any special effort for me. Don't make any special effort for me. Don't make any special effort for me. Don't make any special effort. My account, please don't go bother. Please don't go bother. But bother me. Doesn't bother. It doesn't bother. I should share an example. So if the noise bother you, I'll switch it out. I'll switch. I'm taking effort, trouble or problem. I can please don't go to. Please don't go to any bother on my account. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. Annoying. annoying person or situation. Okay, I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. I had a bit of his phone number. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his. A bit of bother trouble. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. Okay, this is I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. Query, wrong, pleasant or bad. He was wrong, pleasant or bad. Horrible. He has a horrible cold. He has a horrible cold. What is the horrible smell? He has a horrible cold. He has a horrible cold. Horrible. He has a horrible cold. Replant or bad. He has a horrible. What's the horrible smell? Well, that 600. He has a horrible cold. Oh, he has a horrible cold. What's that horrible smell? What's that horrible smell? That was horrible to say. That was horrible to say. Horrible to say. That was a horrible thing. That was a horrible thing. Oh, let's see. Oh, the horrible thing to say. Vershak and frighten. Vershak and fight. Vershak and fight. Shocking. Offensive, upset, or offensive, upset. The sexy sense in the book was a considerable shock at the time when it published. Word shock at the time. We are considering Vershak and frighten. A horrible crime. More examples. What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? A horrible crime. For example, what earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? They said was so horrible that I had to turn away. They said was so horrible that I had to turn away. They said was so horrible that I had turned away. Why should anyone? Offensive, horrible.
A were shocking and horrible. For example, what earthly reason? What earthly turn away? What earthly? What earthly sort of I had to turn away. Okay, what earthly reason? For being so hurt. What earthly reason? What earthly reason? What earthly reason can be had for being so hurt? What earthly reason? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to her? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? 先不看到错了。What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? This sight was so horrible that I had to turn away. What should anyone want to eat? Something so horrible. Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. Roof. What means this? Roof. Some roof. The covering that from the top of the building. Wake. Roof. I refuse to live under the same. Okay, I know this. I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. I refuse under the same. Okay. I refuse under this. I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. Have accent to suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending to or by accident to suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending. Be likely without being likely. Okay. To suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending. To likely behave in particular way or have particular characteristic. Intending. Yes. Be likely. Here. Be likely. To suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending to or by accident. The path is very steep. The path verse deep in the past verses, so be careful you don't fall. He fell badly and broke his neck. Athletes have to learn how to fall without hurting themselves. I fell down the stairs. And injured my back. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The water is deep here, so don't fall. The water is deep here, so don't fall. So she slipped and fell on the ice. I fell into the river and had to be rescued. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. He was running out of the window and almost fell down. She fell under a bus and was killed instantly. She fell 20 feet to the bottom of the river. He fell to his death. Climb on the mat fall flat on your face to fall and land with your fist. Poor Kathy fell flat on her in the mud. Hold on to the rail. Hold on to the rail so that you don't fall. It's important. It's too much words. Too much word. I don't know too much words. Too much word mean when I read that. Okay, let me see. Like the past were steep. The past were steep. Intent. To have as a plan. Without okay. Without intending. To have as a plan. To have intending. To have as a plan or purpose. To have as a plan or purpose. To have as a plan or purpose. We intended to go to Australia next year. Somehow I offended him, which wasn't what I'd intended.
There's a better term for that. Becomes